We are live on a Tuesday. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Interesting day, interesting way to get everything started today. So, fun night last night at the Xfinity Mobile Arena as the Sixers got blasted by the Thunder. Not as bad as I thought it would be, and it was an interesting dynamic in that game last night. We'll break that down. Paul George spoke just a little while ago regarding his return on Wednesday night. We'll see where the Sixers are with Paul George returning tomorrow. We'd have no updates on Joel Embiid, nothing on Maxey and anybody else, but we certainly will be taking a look at the I saw this number today, which I was pretty amazed by. Paul George missed 25 games. Do you have any idea what the Sixers record was in the 25 games that he missed? I was actually pretty amazed at the answer to this question. So he missed 25 games, so he will be able to play starting Wednesday night. He did address the media today. Didn't really say much. He did mention that, hey, the fact that I was able to sit out 25 games, my body probably needed that time off. He had missed time because of the knee injury and stuff. So he's making it like, hey, this actually helped me out. Yada, 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 whatever. He's back Wednesday night. What do you think the Sixers' record was in the 25 games without him? Or have you seen the answer?
I have not seen the answer.
Okay, that would be the first question.
That's why I'm actually curious to guess. Because
I saw this morning. I had no idea. I wasn't really paying attention intently of what their record was without him, but they played 25 games without him. What do you think their record was?
My guess is 13-12.
Well, that's right on the nose. You obviously saw the answer.
I did not see the answer.
Well, why would you guess 13-12?
Because the way you described it. You said you were surprised. Now, you didn't say you were, shocked.
Yeah.
So shocked would have been 15-10 or 17 and what would that be, 8.
Does anybody out there believe that he did not already know the answer? 13-12 is a random.
No, it's not. It's me you're talking about.
Yeah.
Mr. Literal.
How many people out there believe that
math.
Josh did not know the answer to this question at the start of I didn't even have the answer to the question. I just literally saw it right before I came on. But how many people actually believe that Josh had not seen the answer to guess that the Sixers' record without Paul George was 13-12, which is exactly what their record was without Paul George, which, to be fair, not only a lot of that without Paul George, it was also without Joel Embiid for the last 13 games. Embiid has not played for 13 of the 25. So George and Embiid have been out for 13 of those 25 games. Now, I don't know how many other games that George missed in the previous 12 that's somebody else, but the fact that this team was over 500 over the last 25 games, I almost fell out of my seat.
Again, you gave me a tell. That's how I guessed.
Okay. Well, I will see how many people believe you.
I don't care if people believe me or not.
I didn't ask if you cared. I'm saying I want to see if they believe you or not. So the last 25 games, they have gone 13-12. And I was surprised by that, okay? When they lost George, it was pretty deflating because they were playing well. They were in the playoffs. And it felt like, wow, if these guys can just be healthy. And then it wasn't even that they weren't healthy. It was that this knucklehead goes out and gets suspended. So that was deflating. And then Embiid gets this wacky injury, which I don't even know what to think of this injury at this point. The way this thing, and it's funny because they said it was going to be 3 games and they were going to reevaluate him. And when they announced he was missing 3 games, what did I say? 3 will turn into 13.
Right.
Joking. And now it's not a joke. 3 has turned into 13, which inevitably will likely be 14 tomorrow. You think that tomorrow he's just magically going to appear and play?
No, absolutely not.
There's just, I mean, I don't see how he plays. Now, tomorrow's a game where, they're playing the Bulls, who aren't very good. So it's a night that he could get back out there and play. But literally, I don't know what to think about him. But the fact that they went – here's my big picture question, okay? The fact that they went 13-12 without Paul George and Joel Embiid, does that change any, like, you know what, these guys have been hurt, they've missed 25-plus games or whatever. If they come back and play the last 10, do we really think they can stay healthy through a playoff run because they've missed so much time? Like, that's what it's always been, right? Just get them to the playoffs healthy. Well, then Joel ends up playing and gets hurt like 2 games left in the season, 5 games left in the 10 games left in the – like, now they got that out of the way. Paul George didn't even get hurt. He got suspended. So, I don't know. Do these guys come back and play 8 to 10 games together? And the fact that they were able to go 13-12 without them, does that make you say, if they could go 13-12 without them, they might actually have a shot? I don't see it that way, but is anybody else seeing it like that? 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board.
For me, I would throw the question back to you, Mike. Has there ever been a point in time where you went into the postseason confident the Sixers were healthy?
That they would, confident that they were healthy?
They were going to be healthy for the run, I'm sorry.
Well, generally, no, because Embiid enters not healthy. Or,
Right.
like, 2 years ago.
So why would it be different now?
Because if he actually comes back to play now, he would have already been hurt. It's not like before. What do you mean? Why? Like, this one's obvious. Before, like 2 years ago, when they made the playoffs, they were like the number 2 seed, were they not, when Embiid got hurt?
Which time? When he got
2
hurt?
years ago. They were like the number 2 seed.
I'll pull it up.
He hurt the knee. He got the meniscus surgery. And he didn't play until, I believe he came back in the playoffs.
Is this the Bell's palsy year you're talking about?
No, I don't think so. Did he have Bell's palsy the same year as a knee? It was the year they played
The Knicks.
they played the Knicks in the first round 2 years ago. He
yes.
missed, he got surgery in, say, February, I want to
Well,
say.
because the Knicks series was the Bell's
Not
palsy surgery.
not the Knicks series the year before where they played in the second round. The one where they played him in the first round, I think.
So in 2024, they played them in the first round. I'm pulling it up right now.
Right, but that year, he got surgery in February and missed the whole rest of the year.
Right.
At that time, when he got hurt, they were the number 2 seed.
Yeah, then he came back too early.
Well, he got the surgery. By the time he was ready to play, I think they were in the play-in tournament. They beat the Heat, and then they advanced into the playoffs. And he came back and played in that series. But my point is, he was already hurt from February on, and he never really played at all. I don't think he came back and played in the regular season, did he? Was his first game back in the playoffs, or did he play 1 or 2 regular season games?
You're asking me different things. I'm trying to pull up the standings for that year so I can see where they were seeded.
I'm pretty sure they were the 2 seed when he got hurt and left. I don't think he came back to play until the playoffs started. Now, I might be wrong. Maybe he played 1 or 2 games at the end of the year. I don't remember. The Bell's palsy year, I can't believe we're talking about a Bell's palsy year, but he had Bell's palsy the 1 year, and that was when he also, did he not have the orbital bone again?
That was the Raptors series with the second orbital bone.
But he had the orbital bone 3 times. I don't know if they were all in the playoffs. He had the 1 year he collided with
Markelle Fultz.
Markelle
But that was
Fultz.
before the postseason.
Correct. Then he had the one.
The ones when Siakam hit him in the first round.
He had the one when he played the Heat. That was early in his career because he wore the black dark mask,
The Dark Knight mask.
And that was when he missed games, and it was Ben Simmons and Ilyasova and Bellinelli. Right, that team. He had broke his orbital bone that time.
By the way, he did come back at the beginning of April.
How many games did he play?
He finished the year playing 5.
Okay, so 5. A little, more than I thought, but not as many as he potentially. If he comes back and plays tomorrow, Now, the problem with that is how many back-to-backs are there?
By the way, so he missed all of February and all of March.
Yeah, he missed basically. And what place were they in when he got hurt? I think they were the 2 seed. I'm pretty sure they were the 2 seed. And then he got hurt, and they ended up falling to like maybe the 8. And then they played I think they played the Heat in that play-in game, and they beat the Heat, became the 7 seed. And then they played the Knicks, who were the 2, and they got bounced. The year before that, they played the Knicks in the 2nd round. And what happened to him then? He injured something. I can't remember what it was. He's had so many freaking injuries. That being said, they have, I think, 10 games left this year, I want to say. Let me see. I think they've got 10 games left.
10 games, yeah, this year.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So they have exactly 10 games left, which are spread out over about 3 weeks. How many back-to-backs do they have? They have 1. But one of the back-to-backs, they play Indiana, who obviously is tanking.
So when Joel Embiid got injured on January 30th, 2024, the Sixers were in 5th place.
2 years ago.
This is 2 years ago.
Yeah.
When he got injured, remember the Warriors game? What's his name fell on his knee?
Yep.
So literally on January 30th, 2024, they were in 5th place. They ended the season.
How many games out of first were they? Like, where were they in 5th?
1 sec.
Interesting. A lot of text messages coming in.
They were 8 games out.
Wow.
Boston was in fuego at that point. They were much closer to the Knicks. The Knicks were only 2 games ahead of them.
Okay, so
place.
they were right in the mix for the 2 seed.
Right.
That's what it was. They were in the mix for the 2 seed.
They were in the mix for the 2 and the 3 seed, even though they were in 5th.
Correct. And then they
were a
lost.
half game behind Cleveland.
Then they lost Embiid and dropped down into the play-in tournament, which, and then he ends up coming back, and he's obviously, not himself.
Right. They fell all the way down to 7th.
Yeah. And they played the Heat, beat the Heat, and then they were the 7, played the Knicks, and got bounced. So this time around, there would be 10 games left with 1 back-to-back. Tomorrow against Chicago. Now, Chicago, you would say, is tanking. Charlotte, that's a tough game. Charlotte has tailed off a little bit here. They were like on a heater, and they really haven't gotten out. Now, they moved into the play-in, but they haven't got out of the 10 spot very far. Then they play Miami, another team that's battling with you for playoff positioning. And then they play Washington, a team that's tanking. But all 3 of those games are on the road, at Charlotte, at Miami, at Washington. Then Minnesota and Detroit at home, 2 tough spots. At San Antonio on the road, you ain't winning that game. At Houston, not easy. At Indiana, that's on a back-to-back, and you finish out the year against Milwaukee. So in your last 10 games, 1, 2, 3, 4 of them are against teams that would be quote-unquote tanking, and 6 of them are against pretty good teams.
Are you including Milwaukee?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
Milwaukee, I would put in the. Well, I think I think Milwaukee's organization is trying to tank. Correct. I don't know that Giannis is following along with this.
No, Giannis is pretty peeved right now.
Yeah, he wants to keep playing. They don't want him to play. So last night they pulled basically like a Moneyball move. They were basically like, all right, this guy Cam Thomas is helping us too much. All right, you're fired. They got rid of him. Now, people were saying that the Sixers should try to sign him, which is fine. The problem is he could not be on the playoff roster.
Correct. He's not playoff eligible because we're already past March 1st.
Correct. So he wouldn't really do much help for this year's team. Anyway, that being said, Paul George today, he'll be back tomorrow. I don't know if Embiid's going to play tomorrow or not. Could he play on Saturday? Okay, fine. He's got 9 games left. Charlotte, Miami, Washington, Minnesota, Detroit, San Antonio, Houston, Indiana, Milwaukee. If he played 9 games with Paul George, now I don't know when Maxey's due back. I guess he's getting an update, tomorrow or something?
So he's being reevaluated this week. The last report I saw was they will have a status by the end of the week. Because
All right, so let's say Maxey can play when they get back home. February 3rd. That's a Friday.
You mean April 3rd?
April 3rd, yeah. His face was like so confused as if like I really thought it was February 3rd. Yes, April 3rd. April 3rd when they get home. So then Maxey gets 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. That's the question, though. Could Maxey, Embiid, and George, could 6 games of them being healthy, playing together, get them ready to do anything and to get you motivated to watch them in the playoffs? And my answer would likely be no.
I think people would be more impressed if they were all back on the
court.
Well,
I guess my question would be, though, if in fact, let's say, where are they right now on the standings? I know last night the standings actually worked out for them because they lost and so did everybody else, so they kind of didn't lose anything. They actually are in the 7th spot right now. They're 1 game behind the 6. They're a game and a half behind the 5. So this team could legitimately get to the 5 seed, which would be unbelievable. That they didn't have Paul George for 25 games. Joel Embiid played however many games this year. And then you lose Maxey. Oubre's been out last night, whatever. And they have a chance to be the 5th best team in the Eastern Conference. It tells you how flimsy the East is. Now, if that happened and Maxey and Edgecombe and Oubre and George and Embiid were the starters for the first round of the playoffs, would that hook you at all?
I don't know if it would hook me, but I would at least be much more motivated to watch. Because to me, hook me is not, hey, everybody's available to play. Hook me is, I believe they're going to win.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I think that's where and people can text in at 609-403-0970 on the Whitehorse RV text board, but I feel like myself and a lot of Sixer fans, Mike, we look at the team and we're like, look, we're going to watch, but nobody has any faith. There's no belief. You know,
what was everybody's? I wasn't here when this happened. Cade Cunningham got announced that he was going to miss a lot of time.
Yeah, with the
did anybody say, "Wow, now the East is even more wide open"? Like, did that do anything? It was like, you know, at first you're like, you're not beating Detroit. Now Detroit has kind of been like, they're the new kid on the block. They kind of came from the middle of the pack, and now they're the top seed. So are people taking them seriously? I'm not sure right now. Then you go and lose the one guy that everybody did think. Like, they got an MVP candidate, and now he's out. Does that open up the Eastern Conference at all for anybody? Now, he's been out, and they've won 7 out of 10. They've won 4 straight, so they're playing pretty well without him. That being said, you go to the playoffs, people were already questioning them because Cunningham's really the one scorer on that team. They don't really have a secondary scorer. It's really all a lot on him, and when you get to the playoffs, as the Sixers know, you need that other scorer. Somebody else has to be able to score for you. And they generally do not have that guy on the roster. So, did Cade Cunningham going out do anything? Well, then at the same time, the Celtics get back Jason Tatum.
That's the bigger one. Well, to me, I feel like the Cade Cunningham thing was just kind of like we didn't believe in the Pistons fully anyway. But when Tatum came back and he started looking like Tatum again, that's when the whole world kind of got shook.
Jeff is watching on YouTube, says, I'm optimistic the Sixers can make a playoff run. I would like the 5 seed, but we'll settle for 6. Clap your hands. I will say this. I think you would prefer the 6. You play the Knicks in the first round, see what happens. I don't think you want to play Cleveland in the first round, although the Knicks have won 6 straight, 7 to 10. It doesn't matter. The Knicks and the Sixers, it's a better matchup for Philly than Cleveland is. Cleveland's a big matchup problem for you. So you'd probably rather be the 6, play the Knicks, and then see what ends up happening. But if you're the 7 or the 8, you're going to play Detroit or Boston. But would you rather take your chances with Detroit if Cunningham doesn't play? I don't know. Like, at that point, would you rather play Detroit or Boston if you had a choice?
Not Boston.
Exactly.
That's the easy answer.
So you would almost rather be the 8, but that's a strategic nightmare because then you have to lose a game to become the 8.
Right, you got to lose and then win.
Right,
it's like,
so I think your best opportunity is to be the 6.
Yes, because then if you're the 6, you got the Knicks, and if everyone's healthy, which is a big if, but if everyone's healthy, I think the Sixers would beat the Knicks in 6 games.
All right, so 609-403-0973 on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. That's the number on the White Horse RV text board. You can get involved that way. Let us know what you thought. Now, last night, did you watch Sixers at all?
I mean, I passively watched because I wanted to see if McCain would do anything, which he didn't do much.
Well, he kind of set the tone early, and then he comes in, he hits the back-to-back threes. The crowd gives him, a nice cheer for him making
the crowd was thrilled that he was there.
Well, when he makes the 2 threes back-to-back, he's getting standing ovations for making the threes. But he makes those 2 threes, and it kind of was, the tone setter for the night where those 2 threes kind of got them off the ground a little bit and started to pull away. Because the game was a 10-point game after one. The Sixers were kind of like hanging around in there. Then the second quarter is when it all started to unravel a little bit. But McKee did play last night 25 minutes. He ended up with 13 points. He was 3 of 7 from 3. But, he did not make the impact. We were talking about bet the over 20 points last night. He only had 13 points. He did play 25 minutes, but it seemed like he made those 2 threes. But the big thing was that the crowd was cheering for him as he made the threes. So it was a weird situation last night. He said it after the game. The whole thing was kind of weird for him, coming into the visitors' locker room and all that stuff. But you didn't really think they were going to win that game last night, obviously, and they got they were kind of hanging around. It was a great night for Edgecombe. Edgecombe had an unbelievable game. Other than him, though, the kid Beauchamp played decently. He did not shoot it well, 3 of 11 from 3, but he did a lot of other things pretty well. Watford had a decent game last night. But other than that, they just had nothing else scoring-wise, and they get beat there. So now that game is the last game, really, of the Vagabonds having to play together. We'll see what ends up happening the rest of the way. So that's where we start. Text board wide open today. Also, last couple chances for you to enter to win the trip to Baltimore to see the Phillies play. Opening day, the Sports Bash will be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point, and you can be there. Listen for that famous contest sounder to go off. And when you hear it, we're going to enter 2 people an hour today on the phone lines. So listen for that to go off. When we come back, text board is open. White Horse RV text board in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here at White Horse RV. That's coming up next. Plus, Frank Close's Phillies mailbag at 3 o'clock. Adam Kaplan, football at 4. Kevin Durso, big Flyers game tonight on 97.3 ESPN. They're hanging around the playoff mix somehow, too. Stick around. More Bash coming up. 2:30, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The 97.3 ESPN free mobile app powered by First Bank of Sea Isle City. Live video on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. Just search 973 ESPN on YouTube. Subscribe there and watch the show live. All right, we got a lot of text messages on the White Horse RV text board. Don't forget, another chance for you to qualify to win tickets to go see the Phillies play the Orioles in Baltimore this summer is coming. So listen for that sounder to go off in less than a half an hour. A lot of people responding from our first opening segment on the Sixers. Get involved on the Phillies. I actually have a Phillies question up on the poll question today. I put a Phillies comment up on Twitter today at Mike Gill Show, and it is like gone crazy. I mean, it has absolutely taken off like crazy, crazy, crazy. And it's not much different from what I've been saying on the show, but it's got about 30,000 views already. And all I said was the Phillies won 96 games last year with Jordan Romano as their primary closer for about 4 months. They also had Jose Alvarado suspended on May 18th. They now have a full season of Johan Duran and Brad Keller, plus Alvarado is back. How many extra wins do they get with Duran over Romano? 28,000 views later, people are going berserk over the fact that I never even said that they were going to win X amount of games. I just asked how many extra wins do they get with Duran, now the full-time closer. The answer could be none. It could be they don't win 96. They only win 90. But the answers are all over the map. So we'll react to that, plus the poll question today. Now, the poll question for the Phillies is interesting, I think. What storyline are you most excited about this season? Now, there could be a lot, but these are the four I came up with. You ready?
Yeah, I saw the poll question.
Painter, Crawford making their debut. I mean, these two guys we've been hearing about for like 3 years now, maybe longer.
Probably longer at this point.
And they're finally going to be a part of the big league roster.
I feel like they were both mentioned the day Dombrowski was first introduced.
Doesn't matter. They've been mentioned for 15 years, it feels like. I don't know when it was first. Basically, since the day they both got drafted, it was that these two guys, especially Painter. Painter's been around. He had the Tommy John, so you've been waiting for him. Then he had the Tommy John. He missed a whole year. Then last year it was he's going to be up in July, and we never saw him last year. Yeah, so he has been talked about as a prominent guy in this pitching rotation for like 3 years now. Crawford is a little bit younger, and he's kind of been in the weeds a little bit more. But you've heard about him because of his father, Carl Crawford, so he's kind of been somebody. They're finally making their debut. The second option is Sanchez and Schwarber. Why Sanchez and why Schwarber are linked together? Second runner-up in the MVP and Cy Young. What's their follow-up season? Can either one of those guys be better and exceed what they did a year ago? Like Schwarber hit 56 home runs last year. Is he topping that?
Probably not.
Is Sanchez going to finish number 2 in the Cy Young Award again this year? Can he win it? Is he the second best pitcher in the National League this year? And I guess the question is, what if Schwarber and Sanchez are not the runners-up for those two awards or win the awards? What does that mean for this season?
Or does it matter?
Well, you tell me. Why would you ask that question? Or does it matter? You don't think Schwarber and Sanchez have to be equally as good or better than they were a year ago for this team to be equally as good? Like if Schwarber takes a drop-off and Sanchez isn't as good, are the Phillies as good?
They can be, because part of the reason why you needed them to have the seasons they did was because half the rest of the team didn't do their job.
Well, now you're assuming that everybody else is going to get better.
Well, what's more likely to assume? That everyone else is going to be better this year, or that the two guys who were great last year have a drop-off?
I don't know. I mean, you're putting more faith in the lesser guys than putting more faith in the better guys.
And I think that's where it's kind of like, where do you draw the line?
Well, that's why I lumped those two guys together. Sanchez and Schwarber were your MVP and your Cy Young. Are they the same, better, or worse?
I mean, my opinion would be I think Schwarber has less home runs, but I think he still has a similar
So what if
high-level
Schwarber hits
impact.
48 home runs?
Right, still a good year.
Good year, but does that mean you – like I asked the question, Duran is replacing Romano essentially.
Right.
What does that mean?
It's a major upgrade.
It's a major upgrade, but how many wins is that worth? Now, last year I saw a number. I don't know that it's verified, but from opening day to July 30th, which is the day they got Duran, that they had 16 blown saves.
I could probably find that out.
So if you had 16 blown saves, does Duran convert all of them? Now, I think the Phillies last year as a team had 27 blown saves, which means after they got Duran that they blew another 9 saves. I thought that seemed high because I don't remember him, really. I know he blew at least 1 or 2 definitively, but I was surprised to hear that as a team that they had 27 blown saves last year. Now, verify that number too. But the number I saw was 16 from opening day to July 30th.
So the 16 is not the July 30th. The 16 is before the All-Star break.
Okay. That's a lot, by the way.
So I have to double check, though, how many between the All-Star breaking and acquiring Durant.
Because I know I don't know, but the number I saw was that they had 27 blown saves.
They had 27 on the whole year.
The whole team.
And
how many did Duran have?
That's what I got to look up.
Okay, because I don't think he had more than 2 or 3, which means, they could have had a couple of, Duran wasn't available one night. He didn't pitch because it was a back-to-back or 3 days in a row. All of that stuff comes into play here. But the third option I give is Bohm and Stott. The storyline of Bohm and Stott, are they finally the daycare guys growing up this year? Last year was, they weren't the daycare anymore. They weren't dumping the water on each other at the interviews and all that stuff. But is this the year they finally grow up on the field? Now, Bohm, listen, he gets a bad rap, I think, because people want him to be a home run hitter, and he's not. This is a guy who's had 97 RBI multiple times in his career. I mean, how many Philadelphia Phillies players have been in the 100 RBI range even during this run? Not too many. Harper, no. I think Harper's done it once in this run. Schwarber, I don't know that Schwarber's had over 100 RBIs more than one time. So is this year that Bohm has, 110 ribbies, maybe hits over 20 homers? Who knows? And then Stott. So those two guys are lumped together. And then the last one is the veterans. Turner, Harper, JT, Nola. The guys that you kind of think you know what you're getting from them, but Turner had a really good year last year. Does he have a better year? Does Trey Turner have a better year than he had last year? I don't know about that. He led the league in hitting. Bryce Harper, we all think, had kind of a down year. Does he have a better year than he had last year? And what if he doesn't? JT, he had a step back year. Does he get worse? And Nola was awful last year. So those 4 guys I lumped together.
A couple things. One, Duran with the Phillies only had 3 blown saves. So of the 27 blown saves, Duran accounted for 3.
Okay.
So if we're looking at the 16 before the All-Star break, okay? So they had 16 for the All-Star break. So 16 from 27 were at 11. Only 3 of them were Duran. So that means after the All-Star break, there were 8 other blown saves.
Okay.
And apparently one of them was Romano.
Well, he got hurt at one point.
Romano.
No, Duran.
Oh, Duran.
Remember, he got hurt for a couple. I don't know how long it was, though. He got hurt. I don't remember what happened, but there was a little concern there. But I don't think he missed very much time. But he had 3 blown saves in a Phillies uniform.
Right.
And they had 8 post-All-Star break.
No. They had 11 post All-Star break.
3 were hurt.
3 were his.
Okay.
So there were 8 others that were not him.
Okay. So of the 27 blown saves last year, he accounted for 3 of them.
3.
Okay. Which means in those other 24 opportunities, most likely now, he will be the one trying to get the save.
But also the fact that you have a better bullpen
Around him.
Because you have Keller now, for example.
But this is what I had said in the tweet, was that last year you had Romano, and then Alvarado got suspended. So you had Romano, Kerkering, and Strahm really sharing the closing duties.
Yeah, it didn't go so well.
Which accounted for
16 blown saves in the first half of the season.
16 blown saves in the first half. They acquired Duran, and then Duran pretty much, is near perfect. So if you had 16 blown saves in the first half of the year, if Duran came in those games, okay, he blows 3 more. Well, that's 13 extra wins you would get. Now, I understand the guy saying, well, you don't know that you're going to get all those save situations. That's fair. The point that I'm making is you won 96 games with an offense that most people are down on to begin with.
Right.
So let's say the offense is similar. Your bullpen was an abomination last year that blew 27 games. There's 27 games they could have won if they had a competent bullpen. Now, I don't expect you to win every single one of them, but all I asked was, how many more is Duran worth over Romano and his misfit toys? And I think the fair question or the fair answer could be, I don't know, is that 13 extra wins? And I don't know that the Phillies can win 110 games. They won 96 last year. But if their offense is similar, like Trey Turner last year, would you say Turner has a better year than he had last year? He led the league in hitting. Do you think he wins the National League batting title again?
I mean, I don't know. How bad is the rest of the league?
Well, okay, he hit 304 or 307, whatever it was that led the league.
304, yeah.
Do we think that he's going to hit over 300, get on base as much as he did, and
he might
have a very similar year? Okay, so again, similar. Schwarber, we think he might take a step back this year.
Right, but he still might have you could hit 48 home runs and still have a major impact on the offense because of the RBI.
Sure. Turner, better, similar, or worse?
I think he's Turner similar.
Similar, okay, fair. Bohm. I mean, Bohm got off to a terrible start last year and then somehow still got up to like 280 and had a respectable end of the year.
He had a strong end of the year, which helped. So I would think that I personally, Bohm's going to have a better year this year because it's a free agent year. I think he's going to go nuts this year.
All right, keep that in mind. Bohm's a free agent, so he has a better year. Then you've got Stott. Stott, better, similar, or worse? I probably think that Stott improves. He started to come on in the second half later on in the year last year. They made some tweaks to him, and it looks like it's carried over to the spring.
Can I say moderately better?
Whatever you want.
I just don't think his ceiling is that high anymore as I used to.
That's fair, and I don't know what that ceiling was or is now.
Because it used to be, remember the whole conversation is he could maybe be a guy who hits around 300. He could have
a lot of people thought he
percentage.
was the next Chase Utley.
Right.
A batting champion. That's not happening.
So exactly. So that's why I'm saying I think he'd be a little better than last year, but I don't think he's going to ever get near the Chase Utley conversation that used to be.
So then you go to the next guy. Of course, you've got Garcia. Garcia's a wild card. Nobody knows what to expect from him. He has not had a good year in about 2 seasons. But he's replacing Castellanos, a guy who did not have a great year last year. So you probably get similar from right field. Then you go to Marsh, probably similar again, and Kemp. Is the Kemp part of the platoon, though, better than the Weston Wilson part? The days that Kemp plays, are you getting better production?
Yeah, I don't know. Is Kemp going to go through a sophomore slump? Did the league figure him out? Is he going to make enough adjustments? I feel like he's a massive wild card.
And then, of course, there's JT and then Crawford. Crawford is the one guy who you got to think he's better than Rojas.
Oh, he's way better than Rojas.
You hope it anyway.
On a bad day, he's better than Rojas.
So the offense is probably similar. I don't think it's worse, but I don't think it's significantly better either. Is that fair to say? So if that's fair, that the offense is similar, it's not worse, it's probably not better. Where did the Phillies finish in offense last year? They had to be top 10 in the league in offense, right?
I got to pull up the exact number.
Check that out. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. And if that's the case, the Duran stuff that I laid out for you, is that enough to make them? Now, the question is, what does it even mean if they win all those games? But does being the number one seed, is it that important? Does that change anything about the outlook on this season? In other words, if they played the Dodgers at home instead of playing Dodgers, well, they did play the Dodgers at home. The Dodgers were the wild card team. But not having to play the Dodgers in that first game, and if it was a 7-game series against the Dodgers instead of a 5-game series, how much would that have changed things?
Phillies scored the 5th most runs in the National League last year.
So they scored the 5th most runs in the league with an offense that everybody's ripping on.
They also finished the year overall top 10 in Major League Baseball in runs scored.
Good conversation, everybody. Keep texting on the White Horse RV text board. Frank Close answers your Phillies mailbag questions at 3 o'clock. Another chance for you to qualify is coming up for Phillies tickets to go see the Phillies in Baltimore against the Orioles. We're going to be at the Anchorage on opening day. Wear your Phillies gear and come out and see the Phils play the Texas Rangers. Very good Rangers pitching staff. Nate Eovaldi, opening day starter. Jacob deGrom will pitch game 2. Mackenzie Gore pitching game 3. Remember, Gore was the opening day starter for the Nationals last year. Now he's the number 3 in Texas. 246, more Sports Bash coming up. 251 Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Bunch of text messages coming in on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973. Joe from Fishing Creek. You know that song?
No.
Those aren't the words, but it's close. Anybody know the words to that song? Like, up on something creek, she said. But this is Joe from Fishing Creek. He said, Embiid is fine. What is the plus to playing him now? Well, the plus to playing him now is to get him some basketball shape. That's been a problem in the past, is he hasn't played enough. Then he gets to the playoffs, and then he's not in full tilt. Now, can he get in full tilt in 10 games? Probably not. But you want to see him get a little basketball action in the last 10 games of the season over not. But I understand what you're saying, because we don't want him to get hurt again. Ridiculous, right? Joe goes on to say, wait till a couple of games before the end of the regular season so you have George back and Maxey back at full strength for the first time in years. You put him in there now, there really isn't any upside to him playing now. It's a big risk, so without Maxey, if you can go 500 the West away, coast, and enter the playoffs healthy, that sounds like a great plan. Joe from Fishing Creek. I mean, I don't know, it's half a dozen one or the other. Do you want him to get some games under his belt so that he gets his legs under him, gets his cardio going, plays some games? He's not rusty. One of the things Paul George said today was, he anticipates he's going to have to knock the rust off a little bit. Well, how many games is that going to take? 2, 4, 7? I don't know. 609-403-0973. Terry says, Mike's like the kid waiting for his dad to come home from the store who went to go get cigarettes. The Sixers will never be healthy. They never have been. They never will be. It ain't going to happen. It's a decade now. Give it up. Does that mean the guy's dad who's going to the store to get cigarettes isn't coming back? Is that what you're implying, Terry?
I guess.
Does people still buy cigarettes?
Oh, yeah, they do.
Cigarettes?
Dude, it's disgusting.
I don't know that I know anybody with cigarettes. I see the people vaping, but cigarettes? I don't know. Could be wrong. Mike, the East stinks. If Embiid and George and Maxey can all be healthy for the playoffs, there's no telling where this team can go. There'd be no expectation, so a deep run could be possible with no pressure on this team. Todd and Brigantine. This could be the year that nobody cares, and what if they made it to the finals on a team that nobody cared about? Like, where would that rank in the pantheon of wild stories? A team that people have basically bailed on and given up on then pulls you into a finals run. Is that possible? Probably not.
Probably not.
But isn't that how it would happen?
It would hopefully. I mean, that's the map, right?
The what?
The map.
Oh,
that would have you draw it on a map.
Yeah. I thought you said the MAC.
No, the map.
Yeah.
P.
My question is, why keep Joel Embiid and Paul George? The Sixers are 13-12 without them. The Sixers were never healthy. I know no one's going to take Joel Embiid and Paul George's contract. It's a matter of time when Maxey's going to look around. Maxey might say, get me out of here, Robbie from Little Egg Harbor. Well, you got to keep Embiid and George because you answered your own question. Nobody else wants them. That's why. Embiid hurt his knee against the Knicks on that dunk. Was that in the playoffs a couple of years ago? Or was it dunk? He did hurt his knee in the playoffs, I think. You're right. And then didn't he miss a game? Or was that the Celtics series? That was a game where what year was that? Where Embiid didn't play, and then Harden had a big game, and they won the game without
Celtics
Embiid.
Series.
Yeah.
That was the Celtics. When Harden had those 2 monster games and did nothing else the rest of the series.
All right. More text messages next hour. You can get involved on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. People watching on YouTube, it's Cripple Creek. Yes. You know the song?
No.
Well, I didn't give you the right title. I thought maybe if I helped you out with the title, you would have said, oh, that one.
No, usually if I hear maybe like a tune, I might have familiarity.
Up on Cripple Creek, she sends me if I spring a leap. She mends me, I don't have to speak. She defends me, a drunkard's dream, if I ever did see.
All right, stop saying so we're getting violations.
Oh, that's true. All right, that's Cripple Creek. Good job on the people on the text board, on the YouTube channel who are watching. Evil Empire and Jeff watching on YouTube. All right, more Sports Bash coming up. Frank Close answers your Phillies mailbag questions. Stick around. I need caller 7 and 8 right now on the contest line, 609-573-3776. Caller 7, caller 8 on the contest line right now, 609-573-3776. You are entered for a chance to win tickets to see the Phillies and the Orioles. We're sending a bus down to Baltimore on Friday, July 31st. You must be present to win, as the Sports Bash is live at the Anchorage in Summers Point for Phillies Opening Day watch party. We'll be there from 2 to 6. We'll have tickets all throughout the day to other shows in the area, plus the Phillies tickets. You get a pair of tickets, round-trip transportation to and from Baltimore. You get fed on the bus. You must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point, 823 Bay Avenue, this Thursday. Good luck. Just after 3, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Don't forget, you can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel each and every day. Make sure you subscribe. 3 o'clock hour brought to you by Broadley's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your trusted source for heating, plumbing service, and installation. Call 609-390-3907, online, Broadleys.net. Don't forget, we're going to be live at the Anchorage in Summers Point. And we have a chance for you to win tickets to see the Phillies and the Orioles. Chris in Galloway was our qualifier. Caller 8 was on hold, and then he dropped. So if you want to try to get back in, good chance, because everybody who wasn't caller 8, they all dropped. The caller 8 guy, he hung up. So, Chris, you hung in there. You're a qualifier. Congratulations to you. Just follow the directions. It's not hard. Josh will say, you are a qualifier. Please hold on. And when he tells you to hold on, he'll get back to you. Not that hard of a job. All right, right now it's the Phillies mailbag. It is our last mailbag before the start of the season. We'll see what kind of questions the people have to start this season. And I want to ask Frank a couple of the questions that we've been talking about as we get ready for the season. On Thursday, we're going to be at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Frank closes back for another mailbag this season here on the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. What's up, Frank?
Not much. Looking forward to Thursday. It's going to be absolutely beautiful down at the ballpark and feels like opening day.
It does. And, I was just in Clearwater, went to see the Phils play. I got the good game. I got Sanchez versus Skubal in the full lineup, but I didn't get the Clearwater Bait House. It was closed for an extended period of time due to construction. It was just a death blow of
I'm
that was the
very
most
sorry.
disappointing thing.
Very sorry for you, Mike, and not to rub it in, but I got there apparently 2 days before they shut it down, so I'm very grateful I made it.
Yeah, well, lucky you. All right, so the question I tweeted on the X platform, I just put out a very innocent question. I didn't expect the amount of reaction that it got, but so far it has got over 30,000 in reaction at this point. And I said the Phillies won 96 games last year with Romano as their primary closer for about 4 months, and they lost Alvarado on May 18th. Now they have a full season of Duran and Keller plus Alvarado is back. How many extra wins do you get with Duran and Keller over that bullpen? Now, I just figured, it would be whatever. 30,000 views later, and people are going nuts over this comment. Like the suggestion that the team might actually win more than 96 games. I didn't even ask that. I just said, how many more wins is that worth? Is that a fair way to phrase it? Is the bullpen just being better going to make this team better than 96 wins? Now, I guess there's a lot of variables. Does Schwarber hit 56 homers again? Is Sanchez number 2 in the Cy Young? Does he have another season like that? But is their bullpen significantly better that they should win more games if everything else plays out the same?
I think that's a significant improvement. I remember talking to you last season, Mike, especially after Romano's early struggles, after Alvarado getting suspended. And I remember saying right here on this air to you, Mike, I said the Phillies are going to lose some games that they shouldn't. And that was just the reality of that Phillies bullpen last year. And they got it even better than the end of last year when they added Duran. So, there are calculations for this in the wins above replacement. I think if you look at the reliever wins above replacement, that could add 6-7 games based upon the people that are in the bullpen. I think it's a significant improvement, and I think it will help make up for some of the areas that you just mentioned. I mean, it almost seems near impossible that Christopher Sanchez can repeat what he did last year, that Kyle Schwarber can repeat what he did last year. And that's not to say they're not going to have really good seasons. It's just that they were so good last year, you would expect a little bit of a drop-off. But, this bullpen is significantly improved, and it's going to make such a difference. So many of those games the Phillies blew late, they will be just fine and sail to victory this year.
Well, we actually did a little bit of the math. Duran blew 3 saves last year with the Phillies. The Phillies blew 27 saves in total. So that's 24 opportunities potentially that Duran would be getting that somebody else got last year. How do those 24 games end up? I don't know. Is he perfect? Doubtful. But let's say we'll add another 3. So now he has 6 blown saves. That's a lot of extra wins if everything else plays out very similarly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think back in his heyday, Billy Wagner, as the closer in baseball, used to blow 6 or 7 a year in a good year and an all-star season. So that's probably what you're looking at with Duran projected out over a season. And the Brad Lidge perfect season is just so rare over the course of the closing position in history. You're probably not going to expect that, but I also want to add, Mike, I mean, how many games were the Phillies down a run and then the bullpen just takes them completely out of it? There's going to be fewer games like that, Mike.
I agree totally. And that's why, is it fair to ask, if they won 96 games last year, how many more is it worth having Duran as the closer with Keller in front of him for the full season?
I don't start at 96, though, when I make those calculations, because I think, as you said, there's a lot of variables. I think that the Mets are much better than they were last year. So I think you have to factor that in. There's going to be some games that the Phillies might lose tough that were just blowouts by the Phillies last year. But, there's a lot of baseball to play. A lot of things can happen. But, as I'm sitting here right now, I think this bullpen is significantly improved where that you think that this is a tremendous advantage over a lot of other teams.
All right, well, that's really one of the things I think is going to be a big story here is how much better will the team be because the bullpen is that much more improved. Now, the rest of the stuff, I don't know. Do you get a better year out of Schwarber? Probably not. Do you get a better year out of Sanchez? I mean, he was the runner-up in the Cy Young. Does he follow that up with another season like that? Don't know. Let's see what the mailbag questions have to offer us on this final mailbag before the start of the regular season. And Steve wants to know, what do you expect from Andrew Painter this year? Because he factors into this conversation too. Last year you had a revolving door of number 5 starters. Nola, then he's hurt, and Walker, then he's out. I mean, there was really never a stable guy in that spot. Andrew Painter is there now.
Yeah, when you headed into spring training, of course, Andrew Painter issued number 76 like he was fighting for a spot on the team. But, from the start, he fit right in and he acted like he really belonged in that rotation. And so, in fact, Mike, that was enough that the likes of Walker Buehler and other free agent starters that the Phillies were interested in for extra depth, they said, no thanks, I'm out. Like they went looking for jobs somewhere else because the Phillies seemed pretty stacked, even down Zach Wheeler for a month, which is saying something. So, based on what I saw from him in Clearwater, look, I don't think he comes in guns blazing like a Paul Skeens did or even a Nolan McLean with the Mets. So what I see from Painter this year is just a guy that fits in. I think I can predict comfortably that in a month when Zach Wheeler comes back off the injured list, and it's going to be about a month because he's already starting his rehab assignment, and you only have so many days in that rehab assignment. So about a month late from now, I think it's Taijuan Walker that goes to the bullpen. I think he's going to be pitching well enough that he's guaranteed a spot in that rotation, and I don't expect him to go anywhere. Now, look, I don't want to come up with specific numbers. I don't know if that's what he was looking for, but I think that, the one question I have is how are the Phillies going to manage the innings? Rob Thompson has said, look, there's not going to be a hard cap. Now, we think back to Steven Strasburg with the Nationals. They go and make the playoffs, and then Strasburg didn't pitch. And those Nationals really needed him to pitch. I think this might be a situation where they find places here or there to save some innings. And I think he's going to be a mainstay in this rotation and be there until the end if they're telling the truth about there being no hard innings cap. But I wouldn't be shocked if they skip him once or twice or take him out of a game where the Phillies have a nice lead. But I think he's there to stay. I think you're going to see a solid rotation starter this year.
So the question I have would be, obviously it looks like Wheeler's going to be back sooner than later. I guess you can comment on that if you like. I mean, he's going to throw at Lehigh this weekend, Saturday. Maybe he throws there twice. But I would imagine he's back before the end of April. Who goes, Walker or Painter?
I think that it'd be Walker. Walker showed last year. I think a lot of people underappreciated Walker last year because of his high salary, but someone able to bounce back and forth between the rotation and the bullpen like he did last year, that meant a lot to that 96-win team, especially at times where the bullpen was scuffling. So Walker's got the ability to do so. I don't think this is a situation where you send Painter down to AAA or anything like that because obviously the kid's going to pitch. So I think he's going to bump Taiwan Walker out of that rotation.
All right, and then I guess another question would be, I know this is kind of way down the line. Has Sanchez supplanted Wheeler as the game one, big game on the line pitcher?
No, and I think the Phillies are planning to slide Wheeler right ahead of him when he comes back to the rotation, because the way they set up the starting rotation, they're going Sanchez 1, Nola 2, Luzardo 3, which means they want to go back and forth with the righties and lefties. So it seems to make a lot of sense that was done so that Wheeler can slot right ahead of Sanchez. So I think that this is Wheeler's job. I think he's earned it, and again, provided he's healthy and he's able to pitch like we're used to him pitching, I think the plan is for him to go back and take that number one spot right back. But hey, it's really nice for the Phillies to have Ace A and Ace B. I mean, Sanchez, by the way, was not a question about it, but giving him that extra money in the contract, I think that was a great thing to do. Kind of gave him a nod as that yeah, you're our other ace. So I think they're both going to be at the front of that rotation. Column 1A, column 1B. But I think Wheeler's going to slide right in front of him, just evidenced by the fact that Aaron Nola is right behind him.
All right, Alan wants to know, why did Marchand make the Phillies over Stubbs, and can Stubbs come back to the Phillies? This one's interesting because Marchand beat out Stubbs last year, so it's not that big of a surprise.
I really didn't think that Stubbs had a shot at this job. Marchand, if you look at his numbers last year, he was the 5th in baseball in terms of pop time. And if you don't know what pop time is, that's the amount of time it takes from the ball to pop into the catcher's mitt to make it all the way up to the second baseman's mitt or shortstop's mitt to throw out a runner who's stealing. So I think that his defense is tremendous, and that's what you want in your backup catcher. By the way, he hit better than Stubbs too. If you look at their career numbers, I mean, neither of them are like, anything to necessarily rejoice over, but Marchand hit better than Stubbs. In fact, I will add this tidbit. I didn't write it, but I think that if the Phillies did land Bichette, they might have been comfortable going forward with Marchand as their starter. I think he could start for a lot of teams in this league. So to me, it wasn't really a contest. Marchand's a switch hitter. Stubbs is, a lefty bat. You give yourself a lot more flexibility with a switch hitting catcher. So I think what's going to happen now, I know the question was, well, could Stubbs stick around? The Phillies have said that they're going to try to shop him. They're going to give him an opportunity. They're not going to keep him from a major league job if there's one out there for him. So they'll try to trade him, and by trade him, that you might get cash considerations in return, or nothing major in return. But if team doesn't take him, and I wouldn't be shocked if no team bites, because a lot of rosters are set right now after working with pitching staffs throughout spring training, that the Phillies would try to outright him, as they say, off the 40-man roster into AAA. And then here's the good news. The Phillies actually signed a contract with Stubbs. In fact, I think this was the Phillies saying in the offseason that they didn't expect him to make the roster, because they signed him to what they call a split contract, which specified an amount of money if he was at AAA. And so the Phillies are going to pay Stubbs $575,000 to be at AAA. That is, Mike, I don't know the numbers of anybody else, but I don't know of any other veteran players in the minor leagues making more than that. Maybe a rookie that signed a big deal, big signing contract out of being drafted or something, perhaps. But $575,000 is a very nice payday for someone in AAA. So I tend to think that he's not going to be claimed. It doesn't behoove him to become a free agent to sign somewhere else to play at AAA because of that nice contract. I think he's going to head to AAA. He's going to be an extra coach for that Iron Pigs team, sort of, unofficially. And I think the Phillies like having him in the organization. I think he might be a coach for the team someday. But, and I got to say this, Mike, the Phillies have Rene Pinto, a very nice, capable backup catcher down there as well. And Caleb Ricketts is one of their prospects. He's a catcher. I wouldn't be shocked if Stubbs doesn't even catch a whole lot down at AAA. But they like him. They want him around. And they gave him a good contract to play at AAA.
All right, yeah, and yeah, so it looks like Stubbs is kind of in limbo here, whether or not they want him to come back and catch at AAA. They got some guys there. They did try to give him a chance to be a utility guy. Don't know how that was. I know he's played a little bit of infield in his time here, but we'll see. I got people messaging on the text board with some Phillies questions. We'll see if we can fit those in. We do have some more in the Phillies mailbag that you could get to Frank on the Twitter X platform at Frank Close. Shane wants to know, how could the Phillies win the National League East? The Mets and Braves, he says, are better.
I still pick the Phillies for the National League East. I mean, the Braves, they had a lot of bad luck this offseason, and it's very fair to say that the Mets have greatly improved, although I think there are still some holes for the Mets. Mets did a great job fixing some of their starting pitching. They added Freddie Peralta to a rotation that already has Nolan McLean. I think those two are the big names that you really want to keep an eye on there in that Mets rotation. That's going to be significantly better. And maybe you heard somewhere that Bo Bichette joined the Mets. They also get Francisco Lindor back. He seems to have overcome that handmade injury he had in spring training. They added Marcus Semien to play the infield, Jorge Polanco. They added some really, really nice pieces. And I think more than anything else, they shook up the culture that just was not good over there. They let some big names go, right? Pete Alonso, gone. Brandon Nimmo, a big favorite, gone. And other type players, other role type players that were on that Mets team for a long time, like Jeff McNeil's of the world, are not there either. So I think they shook things up in a really good way, and the Mets are much improved. But where I have some pause is the Mets bullpen. Devin Williams was the replacement for Edwin Diaz. I prefer Diaz. Williams still pretty good, but behind him he's got Luke Weaver and Sean Manaea, who was in the rotation last year. That bullpen is not that deep, in my opinion. So I think they're going to lose some painful games at the end of the game. Just kind of the opposite of what we were talking about with the Phillies just a moment ago. So, I think the Mets will be good. I think they'll be 88 games good. I think they'll be wild card team good, but I still have the Phillies ahead of them. And as for the Braves, it looks like, at least judging by what I saw in the World Baseball Classic, Ronald Acuna Jr. seems like he's back to his old self. But, man, Spencer Schwellenbach, Spencer Strider, losing them in the rotation to injuries. Jurison Profar gets another PED suspension, can't play all year. They signed Ha-Sung Kim to $20 million to play second base. He's not going to be ready. And then Sean Murphy, their catcher, he's also out. So I think in some ways this will be a long season for the Braves. They still have a lot of talent. I have them about a 500 team, though, and in third place. So I think this is the Phillies division to win. I don't think they're going to necessarily hit 96 again, but if they hit 93 or 94, I think the division is theirs.
Yeah, I know the Mets fans are kind of interesting right now because they did something the Phillies fans kind of want, right? They made some changes. They lost Alonso, but they got Bo Bichette. So it's like that change is enough for them to be excited. They've made some changes for the sake. It almost feels like just to make change, right? The Phillies did not do that. The Phillies didn't say, hey, get JT and Schwarber out of here when they were free agents just to do it. They decided to bring them back. So you have two totally different mentalities here.
Yeah, and of course the Phillies were better than the Mets last year, right? I mean, so the Phillies did not need to do what the Mets needed to do, which has really changed that culture up. So, yeah, it's a big thing to do to get rid of Pete Alonso, let him walk to the Orioles this season. So I think this is good for the Mets. I think Mets fans should be happier about their team this year than they were last year. But I think there's some holes. But you know what though, Mike? The trade deadline, we do know that Mr. Cohen will spend his money in New York, and so we'll see what the trade deadline brings. I mean, that could be what makes or breaks this for them.
Yeah, and I know that both these teams, I like Nolan McLean a lot. I like Andrew Painter a lot. By the way, McLean is the favorite for Rookie of the Year by far. Painter's plus 3,000. McLean is plus 250. So they're basically saying that Nolan McLean is going to have a much bigger impact than Painter will for the Phillies. Do you agree?
I do. Judging by the fact that they gave him that World Baseball Classic start, the key start for Team USA, I think he really is something. So I would actually, I think he's going to have a big year. So keep an eye on him.
Yes, he is a guy that I like a lot. I like a lot of their young pitching, the Mets. This will be fun, though. Last year, the Mets, one of their problems, the Braves, one of their problems was their health was an issue for them. Are they healthy enough to make this a 3-team race? We shall see. Real quick, I know there's a lot of the same Phillies back. So you ask these questions. Trey Turner won the batting title last year. Do we think Trey Turner has a better season, similar season, or worse?
I'm willing to go similar.
Similar?
He looks like typical Trey Turner, a slow spring and then builds. So I think he looks good. But to me, the thing for Trey Turner is his speed there. I saw it this spring. I think he's going to be about the same.
Schwarber, 56 home runs last year. Better season, similar season, or worse?
I don't expect a big drop off. I mean, if he hits 48, I mean, aren't you happy with that? I mean, I see him still as like a.
Well, the question is, does he have to hit 56 for this team to be the team? You know what I'm saying? Like, what if he does drop off?
Well, I would expect some drop off because that was a career year for him. He can still have a very, very good year and then not be to that level. So I don't think that affects too much. I do like that he's got Trey Turner hitting ahead of him. I think he's going to drive in a lot of runs when that's the case. Phillies are going to get up to some early leads, that's for sure.
And you got Harper. Everybody's wondering, better season, similar, or actually take a step back?
I say better. That sore thumb, I think, when we talked about that last year, kind of some concern that it's just kind of a lingering problem that just isn't just going to go away on its own quickly. I think he's learned how to adapt to it. He had the big hit in the World Baseball Classic, right? And unfortunately, the USA fell short by a run, but he had that big hit. He looked like vintage Harper in that World Baseball Classic. So, despite some early struggles, although I know people were hanging on his struggles all the time, but I think he's poised for a big season this year. I think it's hard to believe he's been here all the way. He's on the second half of his contract now, of his 13-year contract, which is just hard to believe. So it feels like he's been around a long time, but he's still kind of young. I think you're going to get a big season from Bryce Harper this year.
All right, Bohm had a slow start, then he picked it up, finished strong, but in the end, I think people looked at it and said, get rid of this guy. Better season, similar, or worse?
Better. It's a contract year for him. So he's only got one more year in his rookie deal. Be a free agent at the end of the season. He's got something to play for. We know he's got the talent. I think the fact that you heard the noise the last two off seasons that he might be traded and that might be the end of Alec Bohm as a Philly, that noise probably was so much the last two seasons that it's probably gone and he won't even think about it anymore. I think he's going to have a big season and emerge as a really good free agent next off season.
All right, those are the big four there. And then, of course, you got looks like Stott's going to hit fifth. Is that the vibe you're getting after seeing the lineup yesterday?
Against righties. His bat was really good in the platoon. So the question will be more like what's it going to look like when they flip to the other side and you've got the righty bats. Now, I think Stott's going to have a big year. He looked really good down the stretch, really locked in. And if they maximize his at-bats by putting him against right-handed pitching, of which there is way more than the lefty pitching, I think he's poised for a really good season.
All right, and so we'll look at Stott in the 5-hole, as you said. Now, the interesting part will be he'll hit, looks like, fifth at least to start the season against right-handed pitching. It appears, will they give him the chance to hit lefties, or do they just go straight platoon?
Well, they said at first, I'm just quoting Rob Thompson, at first, Sosa's going to get the lefty at-bats if they're facing a lefty. So I think they're going to give Sosa some at-bats early. But you know what? I can also see him playing really well, that he kind of pushes his way through and plays more. So, but the Sosa Stott platoon last year worked really, really well once they both were there together and Sosa didn't have to cover other positions. So I'm looking forward to seeing this.
Stott in the 5-hole. Looks like Garcia hitting 6. We know who's replacing Castellanos. And then it looks like Brandon Marsh in the 7th hole. They essentially have now flipped Marsh and Stott, so that's interesting. So Marsh in the 7-hole, JT in the 8th spot, and then, of course, it's Justin Crawford hitting 9th. That's what it looks like it will be on Thursday. By the way, they got 3 tough pitching matchups this week. You've got Nathan Eovaldi on Thursday. On Saturday, it will be Jacob deGrom, and then on Sunday, a lefty, Mackenzie Gore. Not an easy task for the Phillies against the Texas Rangers this week, but they look like the starting lineup as we just mapped it out. All right, the Phillies mailbag is back. Frank Close is back at Frank Close with a K, Klose. Follow him on Twitter X for this year's Phillies mailbag. Frank, good to have you back for another season, man.
Great to be here. Thank you.
There's Frank, and of course, you can check him out on the 97.3 ESPN Facebook page, on the website, and then his new podcast, the Run It Back podcast with Tyler Zulli, is out on all podcasting platforms. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live, Tuesday, 48 hours ahead of the start of the season. Phillies and Rangers will be at the Anchorage. We invite you to come on out and watch the show. You could win tickets to a bunch of different things. They got tickets to all sorts of concerts and, of course, the grand prize, a bus trip down to Baltimore to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards. If you're watching on YouTube right now, the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel, you have a bonus chance to enter right now just by watching the show on the YouTube channel. Go to youtube.com, search 973 ESPN, hit the subscribe button if you're there, and there is all the directions you need to enter to win that trip to Baltimore. It's right up on the screen for those of you watching. If you're listening on the radio, listen for that sounder. And speaking of the Phillies, we're going to be at Ventnor Social April 3rd. The place to be to watch every Phils game this season on the island. They got 20 big screen TVs. That place is great, by the way. We were there last year for the football season a bunch. But this year we're going to have Phillies day game watch parties. Our first one is April 3rd. Ventnor Social. Check them out on Facebook for up-to-date info and specials. And we're live there April 3rd for a Phillies watch party. More Sports Bash on the way. 3:34, Sports Bass Live. A lot of Phil's stuff today. Phil's won 96 games last year. Jordan Romano was the primary closer for about 4 months. They lost Alvarado May 18th. So they blew 27 saves last year, 3 by Duran, the rest by everybody else. Full season of Duran, and their big signing this offseason was Brad Keller, and now Alvarado's back. How many extra wins do they get with Duran, Keller, and Alvarado in the back end of that bullpen? Let us know on the White Horse RV text board, 609-403-0973. People chiming in. Better bullpen staff isn't better. Lineup is worse. The lineup is what it is. Is the lineup worse? I don't know how it's worse. Where's the lineup worse? Unless guys decline. Now, that's fair. Is Schwarber going to be worse? Is Turner going to be worse? Is Harper going to be worse? Bohm going to be worse? Stock going to be worse? Any of those guys getting somewhat better, a little better, stay the same? Is Crawford better than, say, Rojas? Is Kemp playing now in the platoon better than Weston Wilson? Max Kepler was here last year. Remember that. Max Kepler had a terrible year last year. You had Garcia. I think the lineup's pretty similar. Is it worse? Yeah. Is the pitching staff isn't better? I can't agree with that. I mean, I think the pitching staff. Now you lost Ranger, but how many games did Ranger Suarez, pitch at Ranger Suarez level last year? Right? I mean, he was hurt, missed time, he was in and out. I mean, Ranger Suarez was awesome for periods, and then he kind of faded. I mean, he pitched 26 games. I mean, he was 12-8 last year, 3.20 ERA. He was I'm not saying he stunk. I'm just saying he was inconsistent. Now, the year before, he was 12-8 with a 3.46, about the same. Is Nola better than he was last year? Is Painter better than – I don't even remember a lot of the guys. Josh, you're going to have to remind me some of the guys that pitched in the 5 spot last year when Nola got hurt. Like, which guys kind of took that turn? You had Taijuan Walker was in, and then he was out, then he was in, then he was out. You had – man, who else got starts? They had Mick Abel had a couple starts, and he pitched well early, then he didn't pitch well. You had 6 starts from Abel. You had 2 from Walker Buehler, but they were late in the year. You had 1 from Joe Ross. I think you had a couple of bullpen games. I think Kirkering had a start. I think Tanner Banks started a game. So you had a bunch of different guys in and out of that rotation. But last year you had Taijuan Walker make 21 starts. Aaron Nola made 17 starts. And then remember, Zach Wheeler ended up getting hurt as well. I think Wheeler and Sanchez at the top of the rotation with Luzardo, Painter, and Nola is a better rotation than what you had last year.
Yeah, I think what people forget is that, Walker actually pitched more games than we realized because of all the injuries. And we may not like the contract, but I think we all can, at least if we're being honest and fair, agree that Walker kind of was a savior a bit last year to eat up some of those starts and innings.
Yeah, well, to be fair, I think we all look at Walker and say he hasn't. We're judging him based on the contract. He
Correct.
was fine last year. He as a number 5 starter, he had a 4 ERA. He is fine. Nola was awful last year. Then Abel had 6 starts. His ERA was 5.04. He had those 2 really, really good starts, and then he kind of didn't pitch well.
Right, he was 50-50. He had 2 great starts. He had 2 solid, and then he had 2 he just imploded.
I like the conversation, and I think it's fun how people are all over the map with this stuff. 609-403-0973. Somebody says the offense is a joke until they get a viable 4-hitter, bottom 5 outfield in baseball. I can agree with all that. I don't know what that means for their win-loss, though. Their offense last year was a joke. They didn't have a viable 4-hitter. Bottom 5 outfield in baseball. How many wins did they get last year? You're not going to tell me? I mean,
I didn't know you were talking to me.
well, I didn't respond. There was a long pause in there. That was a good opportunity for you to say, maybe he's asking me the question. They won 96 games last year, Josh. The answer to the question was 96.
Yeah, the Phillies as a team won.
That's what I said. I said, well, this guy said their offense is a joke. Until they get a viable four-hitter, they have a bottom 5 outfield in baseball. I said their offense was a joke last year to many. Their four-hitter wasn't viable last year, and they had a bottom 5 outfield in baseball. How many games did they win?
Is this Evan in Little Lake Harbor again?
No, it's not.
Okay, because Evan in Little Lake Harbor seems to text in every week complaining about something about the Phillies. So,
well, there's about 100 texts, and no, it's not Evan in Little Egg Harbor. Josh, believe it or not, there are people that other than Evan in Little Egg Harbor who text about the Phillies.
Now you're not listening to me because I said Evan in Little Lake Harbor every week texting complaining about the Phillies.
Him and 100 other people. I said all these are people complaining about the Phillies. This is Jason. He says the offense is a joke until they get a viable four-hitter, which they did not have last year, a viable four-hitter. Right. Their offense was a joke by many people's accounts a year ago, which was the 5th best scoring offense in baseball.
Right.
Because I was listening to you. You should try it. It's pretty cool. And then the bottom 5 outfield in baseball is what he said, which I said for the 3rd time. They had a bottom 5 outfield in baseball last year. And how many wins did they have with what Jason is complaining about? I'll let you answer the question this time because I think you actually were paying attention.
I'm trying to decipher here, and maybe I'm still not listening correctly. Okay,
there's a good chance of that.
Okay, what is Jason trying to say?
I think he's being clear. He thinks
he's
the
not
offense,
clear to me.
The offense is a joke. He said
but
until they get a viable four-hitter, and they have a bottom 5 outfield in baseball. So he doesn't think that they are going to get any more wins than the 96 they won last year.
So then how did they get 96 wins last year?
Which is what I said. Never mind. I'll do the show over here. You go hang out over there. I said they had a terrible offense last year by many people's accounts. They had no number 4 hitter last year, and they had a bottom 5 outfield. And then I asked the question, how many wins did they have last year? I gave you the chance to answer. You didn't give me the answer. The answer was 96. So with all the things that Jason complained about, they still won 96 games. So Jason's complaints aren't wrong. I just don't see where they hold the team back from winning more games. I don't see where they win, where those issues were issues before. So the issues that they had before are still issues, and they won 96 games. So I don't know where Jason thinks that that's going to hold them back this time. That's what I'm saying to Jason. So Jason and many other people, not just Evan in Little Egg Harbor. I don't know why that guy got a shout out today, but whatever. He seems to be the one guy complaining. No, there's a lot of people complaining about the offense, but the point that I'm making is their offense was a problem last year. They won 96 games. So why do people now all of a sudden think their offense will hold them back? Now are you picking up what I'm putting down?
I am picking up what you're putting down. But what I'm trying to say is I'm trying to decipher where people are coming from. And
I think that it's being clear.
Fill in the blank person it is. If
where they are coming from. I think this is as clear as crystal. Where they are coming from, Josh, is they think the offense stinks.
Which I would say, what are you basing that on?
They're basing it on the playoff performance.
Okay, well then that's not the same conversation. Now we're getting into a layer of nuance that's not when one person about apple, one person about oranges. Right?
They're all talking about the offense being a problem. That the offense is declining. The offense has been an issue in the playoffs. I don't agree with them in the regular season. You had Trey Turner win a batting title. You had Kyle Schwarber finish second in the MVP. Bryce Harper had a good year. He didn't have a Bryce Harper year. Bohm is he's not a number 4 hitter. We all get that. And the rest of the lineup, quite frankly, stunk last year. But how did they still win 96 games is the question I'm asking people. That's what I'm saying. I understand what they're saying.
So which is more
But I'm
important?
wondering how they don't see that these issues were there a year ago and yet they still won 96 games.
it goes back to the conversation we had in the first hour. If you're the person who walks in and says this team can't win the playoffs, nothing they do in the regular season matters. If you're the person who says, tell me why this team is going to be better, that's a different conversation.
Well, like there's a guy watching on the YouTube channel, and he keeps adding that Rob Thompson and blah, blah, blah. I said, Rob Thompson was the manager last year, and they won 96 games. He's irrelevant to this conversation. That hasn't changed. Why would they win 96 games with Rob Thompson one year, and then all of a sudden they're not going to win 96 games because he's still the manager? No, it's not about the playoffs. The conversation is they won 96 games last year. Can this team win more than 96 games? It's not about World Series playoffs. It's this regular season. Are they going to win more than 96 games that they won last year? Now, you could say, okay, they won 120 games. What does that mean for them in the playoffs? That's a fair question. Because I don't think it changes anything. If they win 120 games, I don't think they're selling anybody that they're any different or any better or any more of a favorite to win the World Series.
Well, then it sounds like to me that you're asking one question, but Jason and other people are not answering your question. They're answering their own question.
Well, I wrote the question out as how many more wins is Duran over Romano?
Yes, I heard your question.
And now people seemingly are saying, well, it doesn't really matter about that because their offense isn't as good. Or,
right, so what they're doing is they're not answering your question. They're answering the question they want to answer.
Sure,
so now we're having a political debate like it's on television.
A lot of people, they don't listen. You should try it too. No one's listening. If we all listen, this conversation would be a lot more entertaining and a lot more productive. Instead, I got Jason answering questions that I didn't really even ask, but it led to good conversation. He said, definitely a much better pen. Painter better than Ranger? Question marks with Wheeler. I do think Nola will do well this year. Losing Casty for Garcia is a downgrade, and Crawford will struggle mightily. Well, I don't know about that. That's another interesting conversation. Good stuff. Keep your text messages coming on the White Horse RV text board. 609-403-0973. When we come back, Adam Schefter was on Sportsmanlike. What did he say about the Eagles this season, this offseason? Stick around. That's coming up. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
there's nothing done between the Patriots and Eagles. And the reason that people are saying that, okay, well, it's coming, if the Eagles trade him after June 1st, there's an extreme cap benefit, and that's what they would rather do. But just because they'd rather do that doesn't mean it will happen. And so, again, I still would say that of all the teams out there, the Patriots are by far the most likely landing spot and the team that would express the most interest and have the greatest need. But it doesn't mean it's going to get done.
Adam Schefter said that on Unsportsmanlike. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Now, he's trying to make it like, they don't have a handshake deal to get this thing done. But I think we all kind of think that if this deal gets done, it's going to get done after June 1st and with the Patriots. Do we all agree on that one? Because, quite frankly, it doesn't really make sense at this point for anybody else to jump into the mix. And quite frankly, I'm not even sure it makes sense for the Eagles at this point. I talked about this yesterday with Jeff Mosher for Football at 4, and Adam Kaplan joins me today in 7 minutes. If you have Super Bowl aspirations for this season, how are you trading A.J. Brown away unless you get something in return to help this team's roster? Like if you traded him away and got an edge rusher, if you traded him away and got a guy that can sack the quarterback for your defense, but if you're just trading A.J. Brown away for draft picks in next year's draft, why am I better this year than I am last year? That's why I still have to wonder if Howie Roseman pulls the trigger on a trade for A.J. Brown. It's our Unsportsmanlike moment of the day. Don't forget, listen to Unsportsmanlike tomorrow morning at 6 with Evan, Michelle, and Canty on 97.3 ESPN. If you need a new car, go see my friend Rocco over at Key Acura of Atlantic City right now. He gets you into a new 2026 Integra, 36-month lease, $219 a month. Doesn't sound bad, does it? It's an Acura. Check them out right now. The deal expires March 31st. Get to Key Acura, Tilton Road, Tilton Road, Egg Harbor Township, or Key Acura of AtlanticCity.com, the small but friendly dealer. Hey, there's our contest sounder. Want to win tickets to see the Phillies play the Orioles at Camden Yards this summer. Caller 6 and caller 7, 609 573 3776. Caller 6 and caller 7. You guys are in. Our Phillies opening day watch party is on Thursday at the Anchorage in Summers Point. Come on out and see us. Show will be live. Phillies game live. Someone's winning tickets to see the Phillies and Orioles at Camden Yards. How do you win? Well, you have to be caller 6 and 7 to enter, and then you must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point for our Phillies opening day watch party this Thursday, March 26th from 2 to 6 p.m. The Sports Bash is live on location. Caller 6, caller 7, 609 573 3776. Good luck. Football at 4 powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. And, of course, it is brought to you by our friends over at the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. Bert Kreischer appears on Friday, April 3rd and 4th at Ovation Hall. Check out tickets right now for Bert Kreischer at theoceanac.com. The best entertainment is at Ocean Casino Resort. Don't forget, you can get the Inside the Birds podcast on all podcasting platforms. Just search Inside the Birds. Adam Kaplan is here. We were just having a little Birds conversation. By the way, the trade for Andy Dalton has become official. He is now a Philadelphia Eagle. Adam Kaplan, haven't talked to you in a while, man. How you been? Hold on one second.
Hello?
There you go.
There you go.
Yeah. Josh is having a phenomenal day today, by the way. He's walking out the building. He's, yeah. All right, how are you?
Yeah, good. So with Andy Dalton, you should know this, Mike. He was very close to being the Eagles' number 2 quarterback 3 years ago. So Howie Roseman's always liked him. He just, for family considerations, as I understood it then, he chose the Panthers over the Eagles. Howie got his guy, and he'll be the number 3 quarterback. So that's, now obviously it gives him flexibility. If they wind up trading McKee, then he becomes the number 2.
Yeah, I was going to say, does that give you? There was a report from Rich Cimini that the Phillies had asked for a 2 for McKee. Do you think because it's a weak quarterback draft that there's a chance that people start calling for him?
Absolutely. Now I would caution, Mike. And Rich is an old friend of mine. I didn't see Rich's. I know it's out there. I would be stunned if the Eagles gave away McKee for the last pick. It's one thing if they're getting a top second-round pick. I don't see them trading away McKee for a late second-round pick. I could change my mind based on what I would hear. Just knowing how they like that player, I'd be surprised.
All right, let's dive into some fun stuff this offseason. Because the kind of free agency is overall. The Eagles were busy last week while I was away. They decided to get a little busy again last week. So where do the sports books see the Eagles right now after kind of the first 3 weeks of free agency here? Eagles win total for the 2026 season pre-draft. They are currently 10.5. That's still a pretty nice number there.
Well, Mike, here's the thing, though. The over, now this is telling me something, and I'll explain in a second. The over, that means 11 wins or more, is plus 105. So the money now is on the under. It's minus 125. So it's simple. A.J. Brown. If you could tell me A.J. Brown's going to be in the team this fall, I'm taking over. That's how much A.J. Brown means to this offense. If he's gone, there's nobody in free agency who could replace him. Now, they could make a trade to replace him, or they could draft to replace him. But that guy would be a rookie, Mike. So I would have to say it's reasonable to think the under right now.
Wow. All right. So 10.5, take the under, which essentially we were just having the conversation about the whole A.J. Brown thing. Like I asked Jeff yesterday, the Eagles enter this season with thoughts that they are a legitimate Super Bowl contenders. Do they not?
That. Yes.
So if that's the case, how do you trade A.J. Brown away and not get anything to help this year's team?
Well, again, if it happens on June 2nd, right? Let's say they have an agreement, but for cap purposes, it won't be official to June 2nd. Howie will have this worked out. He'll know exactly what he's going to do to replace him, and he'll have a plan. And remember, Mike, as of now, they've got 9 draft picks. They may have more during the draft. We always have to understand that the draft is never about 1 year. It's about long term. It's about years 2 through 5. You hope more than that. But Howie would have a plan. Now, it's fair to question it. As I just brought up a couple minutes ago, there's no one in free agency. Deebo Samuel's the best guy out there, but he doesn't play the same way. He doesn't play the same position. He's used completely in a different way.
Yeah.
Though he's playing in a West Coast offense, and he's an older player, by the way. He's older than A.J. Brown. Also had a big injury history. But Howie would have somebody to do it. Now, on your point, though, you would think, without knowing names, they would be taking somewhat of a step back there. But, again, we haven't even gotten to the draft yet, and that's why I wanted to talk about this today, because you're seeing the way sportsbooks look at this right now.
All right, let's look at the other teams now. Dallas, who interesting offseason so far, kind of been a little quiet over there. They've lost some things in Dallas, but 8.5 is the number for the Cowboys.
Mike, this one, okay, I'm not sure. I don't really know why, but the money is on a lot of people. I didn't get the opening line for this, but the over 8.5 is minus 145. So the money now, people think it's going to go over. The books certainly do because it's minus 145. The under is plus 120. They totally choked last season. Okay, George Pickens is going to be back. I mean, that's certainly a big thing. They've got offensive line problems. Okay, so they're changing their defense with Christian Parker. They're going to run a 34. They've got problems in the secondary. I like the under. Take the under now. It's plus 120.
All right, there you go. Wake some money on that one. Washington was everybody's darling last year, Adam. Now all of a sudden it looks like the same old Commanders. The sports books look at Washington as a 7.5 over-under.
Yeah, the over is minus 120. The under is plus 100. Mike, they had a massive amount of top 3 injury team last season. They've been fairly aggressive in free agency. They've re-signed certain players. They had a lot of help on defense. The over is the play. It's minus 120. I would actually agree with that. And then finally, Mike, in the division, the Giants are 7.5. I've been wrong on the Harbaugh brothers for years. I like the over right now. The over 7.5 is plus 100. We don't even know what the schedule looks like other than we know they're playing. And the under is minus 120. I like the over.
All right, likes the over on the Washington Commanders. All right, the Giants.
On the Giants, you mean? On the Giants.
Yes, the Giants. I was going to say the Giants seem to be a team that a lot of people are starting to buzz on because of the Harbaugh thing here, and they've made some sneaky moves. So 7.5 on the Washington Commanders, 7.5 on the Giants, and you have plus 100. You're going over on the Giants.
Yeah, I love the Giants. I do. I missed on his brother. The 8.5. I'll never forget it. With my time on Sports Grid. I told Pharrell, I said, there's no way. The roster isn't very good, and I've learned my lesson. Never underestimate the value of coaching. And John Harbaugh's a tremendous coach. So I like the over. Oh, yeah, I like the plus 100 there.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to be interesting. They're going to be interesting. Yep. All right, so Eagles to make the playoffs. You got 4 teams there. The Eagles have 10.5 over-under. Everybody else is under the 9.5, which means it sounds like only one team in the division makes the playoffs. Eagles, though, to make the playoffs, yes, minus 200, no, plus 165.
Like the Eagles and the minus 200 to make it. I know it's a big number to give up. I'm saying this without knowing for sure A.J. Brown's going to be traded. We don't know yet. And you made a fair point about the plan. We don't know what the plan would be to replace him. I've been telling you for months now there's not much out there. There'll be no one to replace him. It's even gotten thinner. But the change in coordinator, which we didn't mention, Sean Mannion, I'm very bullish on. We'll see. I'm saying this now in March, and it could be a disaster, but I don't see it that way. I don't see it that. I just don't. I think he's going to do a much better job than his predecessor.
I like these. The Eagles to win the NFC East, plus 105. Dallas, plus 230. Commanders, plus 500. Would you dare take the Giants at plus 700?
Yes, I would, which is crazy. It's a good bet right now. I honestly think the odds are going to get smaller for the Giants. I think they're going to be a hype machine team. Again, I'm saying this in March, late March as it were. I really believe, Mike, that the John Harbaugh hype machine is going to be there. This guy's a Super Bowl winning head coach. He's a really good coach. I know it didn't end well for him. It doesn't mean the guy can't coach. He's a good coach, and maybe they shocked the world. That's one. Look, of all the numbers out there, the Eagles are plus 105. If you like the Eagles, take them now. I kind of like the Giants at plus 700 to shock the world.
Yeah, that would be the long shot there. All right, Eagles to win the NFC conference. This one a little more interesting because they're at plus 800 now. They seemingly are falling back to the pack as opposed to leading the pack.
Yeah, the thing is, it's not just A.J. Brown, right? It's what the heck happened to their offensive line. We've talked about it many times, but we still don't know for sure. Was it just age, injuries? That's concerning. Barkley's another year older. Can Hurts rebound? The Eagles have a ton of questions, not so many on defense other than safety and corner. We know that they're great at D-tackle. They're going to be good at linebacker. Mitchell's a stud. DeJean's a stud. We just don't know about who's going to play next to Makuba. Kedrick Woolen is going to make $12 million this season. Can he revive his career? He certainly did end well with the Seahawks.
All right, let's look at the Eagles to win the Super Bowl. Where are they on that hierarchy all of a sudden?
Yeah, plus 1,500. I'd make them a longer I would make him a long shot. I don't see it. But again, we're in late March, Mike. It's fun to do these now. It was my idea to do these, and I love talking about this. I need to get through the draft, and obviously, one of the things we'll do after the draft is we're going to look at their odds because we're talking about this now 4 weeks away. They're 1,500, right? They're plus 1,500. They may be plus 1,250. They may be plus 1,000. Depends. A.J. Brown, what the draft looks like to me.
All right, let's go to some fun ones here.
Yeah.
Who's on the MVP list and where are they?
I love this one. Jalen Hurts plus 3,500, excuse me. The same odds as Bo Nix? Really? I couldn't, but when I saw that, by the way, I was like, we have to talk about this. Bo Nix, come on, man. I mean, I look, again, if A.J. Brown's gone, it hurts. His odds have to be worse, but that's surprising. But 3,500, I get it. That's where that is.
All right, Defensive Player of the Year. Who are the candidates?
All right, so last one for the Eagles. Jalen Carter's plus 2,500. DeGene and Quinion Mitchell plus 6,600. I couldn't believe it. Zach Bond's numbers out there plus 12,500, which is comical. All right, who you of 1, 2, 3, 4 players? Zach Bond is just underappreciated. He's not going to win it because people don't know about him. The media, outside this market, nobody follows. The media has no idea who Zach Bond is. We do. Jalen Carter had both. He had the shoulder issue. I would take DeGene at plus 6,600 because of his ability to play multiple positions.
See, I like DeGene at plus 6,600 are such good odds, but the real one, Jalen Carter. I mean, you've seen Aaron Donald win this award, so I can see that position, being a factor, and that's why I think Carter at plus 2,500 gives you good enough value to do it.
He does, Mike. But the problem is the shoulders. He dropped off last season. Could he be the same? Cooper DeJean, the good thing is the national media knows, right? And it's a Associated Press award, I believe. So those guys know, the Associated Press writers know who Cooper DeJean is. Okay, they know he's a stud. They don't know, other than Rob Motti, who's covered the Eagles he's great because he knows the Eagles. Mm-hmm. But most of these guys don't. They don't know who Zach Bond is. We do, but most of the national media does not.
All right, Adam Kaplan, there we go. It should be fun. We are in the draft. We're within a month now, so we'll start to take a look at the draft and anything else the Eagles might do. Hey, do they go out and get that edge rusher still? It's something they still need to target, right?
They're on it. They're on it. Trust me on that one. They're on it.
Maybe by Friday. We shall see. Adam's back then.
Right, man.
Thanks, man.
Thanks.
Adam Kaplan from the Inside the Birds podcast. Maybe by Friday, he says. Jonathan Grenard is the name that keeps coming up there. I don't know. I mean, Jonathan Grenard, does he push your pile enough? Is he better than Jalen Phillips? No. Is he better than what they have now? Probably. I mean, Nolan Smith, we know, can't depend on. Jalix Hunt, I think Jalix Hunt is a guy that can continue to get better, but ultimately, can you trust that Jalix Hunt can be the number one pass rusher on a team that has Super Bowl aspirations? We were just talking about Super Bowl 1,500. I didn't see which teams were ahead of the Eagles at that number. So you got plus 1,500. How many teams are ahead of the Eagles at the plus 1,500 number? That, to me, I was a little surprised when he said 1,500. Now, Adam, we broke down the Super Bowl odds. This is so the Rams are the favorite plus 750. The Seahawks are next at plus 950. Buffalo plus 1,000. Baltimore plus 1,000. How's Baltimore? They didn't make the playoffs last year. What did I miss? I know they traded for Crosby, gave him back, then got Hendrickson. I mean, maybe because Lamar was hurt last year, but why would the Baltimore Ravens have the fourth best odds? The Chiefs are next at plus 1,400. Then the Niners. Then the Packers. Then the Chargers. Then the Eagles and the Lions are tied up at plus. This is a different number than he has. He gave me plus 1,500. This is plus 1,700. What do you got?
I got the Eagles at plus 1,500 on the sportsbook I have in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, but Rams, Seahawks, Bills, Ravens, Chiefs, Niners, Packers, Chargers, then the Eagles.
it seems like everybody seems to agree about the Rams, Seahawks, and Bills. I feel like that's after those three is where the difference.
So are we listening to this conversation out there? Everybody listening. Do we think the Eagles are a step behind the Rams, Seahawks, Niners, and Packers, who are all ahead of the Eagles?
I don't think they're a step behind all of them because the Seahawks did lose some pieces from the team last year.
Lost Kenny Walker.
Which were the big piece in them winning the championship.
Woolen. Woolen.
They also are a team that, let's be realistic, if things would have played out a little differently for both them and the Patriots, those postseason runs would have been very different for those teams.
Well,
right?
those three teams in the West were all very close. And
They were all
if everything
very
broke
even.
out differently.
Right.
But the Rams, the Seahawks, the Niners, and the Packers all right now have better odds to win the Super Bowl than the Eagles do. The Eagles are fifth in the NFC.
I don't think the Lions are better than the Eagles.
The Lions I didn't mention.
The Lions are ahead of them on my list.
Yeah, the Lions are tied with the Eagles on my
They're
list.
tied with the Eagles on your list?
Yeah, and then
Gotcha.
the NFC conference winner are the Rams plus 400, Seahawks plus 500, Niners plus 800, Packers plus 800, Eagles plus 850, Lions plus 850, Bears plus 1,300. I think the Bears are probably better than the Packers. I don't know. What did the Packers? They lost Dobbs.
They lost Dobbs. They didn't really add
Well,
any.
keep in mind, Parsons was hurt.
Parsons was hurt. But is Parsons – do you believe, Mike, that Parsons is good enough to make them a Super Bowl contender?
Well, listen, I've always been kind of – Parsons to me is the guy who's great when you have the lead. Mm-hmm. When you don't have the lead, he's tough to have on the team because – you run at him, and he struggles in that mode. So I'm not the biggest Parsons guy, but if my team has a lead, I want Parsons on my team.
So it's kind of like how the Colts back in the day had Dwight Freeney, right? Where Freeney and those edge rushers could get after the quarterback if the Colts had a lead.
The concept is he's a good pass rusher. He's not a good run stuffer.
Right.
He's great to have on your team when you have leads because he can get to the quarterback when you have to pass. But when teams get out ahead of you, the Eagles have had a lot of success against Parsons because they have leads and then they run at him and then he kind of gets taken out of these games. But he's back, and that's affecting the odds. So then, he didn't play for them last year.
So then under your synopsis, the Packers should not be ahead of the Eagles.
I just said the Bears I would put ahead of the Packers. So I don't like the Packers better than I like the Bears. The Eagles I probably put, and I've said this before, I don't like the Packers better than the Eagles. To me, the Packers get a lot of hype because of what they did in those playoff runs, 2 years ago when they beat Dallas on the road, and then they pushed, I guess it was, the Niners in that game?
Yeah.
And then they kind of became like the hot team because of Jordan Love. But I kind of think that they've always been that team that they don't have that number one receiver. There's not like that go-to guy. And then they went out and got Parsons, and I definitely think that pushed them higher in everybody's estimation than they deserved.
So then how much of these Super Bowl odds is name recognition versus who actually should be the favorite?
It's hard. They're all close. Listen, the Eagles are 850. The Packers are 800. The Niners are 800. The Lions are 850. The Bears dropping all the way to 1,300. I think after the Bears is the drop. Now, Dallas at plus 1,500 is ahead of Tampa. Minnesota's interesting. Minnesota is a good team. Last year they had J.J. McCarthy. I think Murray is an upgrade over McCarthy. No?
Is he enough of an upgrade to win you playoff games?
No, he's never been in the playoffs.
Well, how much do you believe in Kevin O'Connell? Do you think
that's what I'm saying? But whoever plays quarterback there, look, how many games they won more games than they should have last year with the quarterbacks they had.
Right.
So now you actually have Kyler Murray, who, he's better than McCarthy. He's better than Wentz. Is he better than Sam Darnold? At the time, right, he was the number one overall pick in the draft. I think that's a team that I think people should be looking at.
I think
he's plus 2,200.
Yeah. I agree with you about the Vikings. I think they're very dangerous also for another reason. Look who they brought back. Brian Flores says, I didn't want the Steelers head coaching job. I'll go back to Minnesota to be the DC. That's got to factor in somehow, right?
Also, Carolina's plus 4,000. I mean, they won the division last year, made the playoffs, and gave – who did they play in the first game? Was it Seattle? Who did they play in that first – no, they didn't play Seattle because Seattle was the 1 seed. They played
the
Rams? I think it was the Rams. They played the Rams and gave them a fight. They almost beat the Rams in that game. At plus 4,000. And by the way, Atlanta at plus 5. How does Atlanta have the second worst odds in the NFC? You're telling me I think Tua is a great fit there. And Atlanta was a game out of the playoffs last year. I mean, in that division, nobody should be that far out of it.
Panthers lost 34-31 was the final score.
Yeah, that was a battle with the Rams. So
Yeah.
I
just remember the exact score. So
all right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Keep the text messages rolling. Text board's been very active today. Sorry I haven't been reading off as many. So I can't watch the Flyers tonight because they're on ESPN Plus. Unbelievable. Well, you can listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. Are those games free on ESPN?
Well, I got to double check that. I thought it was on television.
It's not on NBC Philadelphia?
That's why I need to double check.
I know they're on ESPN Plus. I did see somebody else talking about they're on Hulu and Plus tonight. But are the NHL games free? That I don't know because I do have ESPN Plus. What is that game? What channel is that? No, that's not the Flyers game. Well, you can listen to the game on the radio and get the app. You can listen on the app right here on 97.3 ESPN's free mobile app.
So if it is an exclusive ESPN Plus, you have to have ESPN.
Gotcha.
I
don't know. I don't know that because I don't watch hockey on ESPN Plus generally. Sorry.
I mean, the way it usually works is most of the games that are on Plus are on your local station. But I guess this must be an ESPN exclusive.
Gotcha. All right, coming up, Nuggets is on the way. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show. Subscribe on YouTube, 97.3 ESPN. The American singer-songwriter Lenny Kravitz takes the stage at Ovation Hall Saturday, May 16th. Get your tickets at theoceanac.com and check out the best entertainment all summer long at the Ocean Casino Resort, Atlantic City. All right, 4:31, time for the Nuggets now here on the Sports Bash Live. Don't forget, Atlantic City Restaurant Week is transforming into Taste Atlantic City, presented by Visit AC. Taste AC, a month-long culinary celebration happening this March. It showcases the city's diverse and vibrant dining scene. The event will feature tiered menus and exclusive food-focused experiences for both locals and visitors to savor the best of Atlantic City's flavors. Enjoy 3-course prefix menus available at Ocean's participating restaurants for just $60. Amata, Linguini by the Sea, Ocean Steak. Book today, theoceanac.com. All right, Nick Earnshaw's back. He is the producer of The Locker Room weekends on 97.3 ESPN. And, of course, the Nuggets segment right here on the Sports Bash. Let's see what Nuggets Nick Earnshaw has for us today.
How are you, Mr. Mike Gill? You good after that shellacking by the Oklahoma City Thunder last night?
I enjoyed it greatly. I'm hashtag Thunder Up, baby.
Oh, jeez. It was unbelievable. Did you see Maxey when they showed him right after McCain hit back-to-back threes? They showed his face. That was going absolutely viral. We'll get to that in a little bit. But first, Mike, we got to talk a little baseball. I mean, Thursday's coming up. It's right around the corner. We'll be at the Anchorage opening day watch party. Going to be a lot of fun for the Sports Bash. I want to respond to your poll question put out today from earlier on. Which Phillies storyline are you most excited for this season? Painter Crawford debut, Sanchez, Schwarber, Bowman, Stott, Turner, Harper, JT, and Nola. 67% Painter and Crawford debut. I am with the majority on this one. I don't think it's particularly close because the young guys, they have a lot riding on them this year, Painter and Crawford. Now, a couple things on Crawford and Painter, just some housekeeping things. Crawford's going to wear number 2, kind of like his pops did during his career. Andrew Painter going to wear number 24 for the Phillies in red pinstripes. Both have pretty decent odds for Rookie of the Year. 22-1 for Crawford, 25-1 for Andrew Painter. Those two are going to be huge. You are counting on those two guys to perform at a high level. And I think I have a prediction. This is a bold prediction for Justin Crawford. I think he hits over 300 this year. I think he does. I think he's going to be in the mix to hit over 300. A lot of contact. I know he hits a lot of ground balls. I never heard ground ball rate brought up so much until last year. But I think Crawford is going to have a big year. Painter, I think it'll be a little struggle in the beginning, but I think he'll find his groove as it goes along. Those two are the biggest reasons why the Phillies will go far this season, Mike.
All right, well, yes, that is the poll question. We'll update it again right now. Which Phillies storyline are you most excited for the season? Is it Painter and Crawford finally making their debut? Is it Sanchez and Schwarber following up on their terrific seasons from last year? Is it Bowman Stott finally, growing up here? We'll see if that ends up happening. Or is it the veterans, Turner, Harper, JT, and Nola, contributing to this team, making a big, the votes just kind of took a big swing as I was talking there. Painter Crawford debut, 66%. Sanchez, Schwarber, 17%. The veterans, Turner, Harper, JT, and Nola, 10%. And Bowman Stott are at right about 6% right now.
Wow.
For me, it's obvious. The Sanchez-Schwarber one, though, I think is very close because Sanchez and Schwarber finished number 2, respectively, in the Cy Young and the MVP. Are those two guys going to be better than they were a year ago or take a step back? Like if Schwarber doesn't go toe-to-toe with Ohtani for the MVP, what does that mean for this team? And what if Sanchez takes a step back and he's not the second best pitcher in the National League this year? He falls to like 5th or 6th or 7th or who knows? What impact does that have on the season?
Well, what's fascinating is, Mike, is the Sanchez, they scrap the old extension, he gets the new extension. Schwarber, not in a contract year anymore. What will those guys look like after they get paid? Remember, usually when they're in that contract type of year, everything elevates, and then they come back down to earth a little bit the following year. That's an interesting storyline. Do I think it's the top? No, it's the young kids. They are the biggest storyline this year because they're relative unknowns. They have not stepped foot on a major league field yet in their careers. We don't know what to expect. Anything can happen with young prospects. So they're obviously number one. I think Stott and Bohm are huge. I think more so particularly Stott. He had a great second half of the year last year. He hit very well. He made the adjustment at the plate to his swing, and he figured out how to make contact with the baseball. He is going to be a gigantic X factor. I put those two right below the young kids. Do they grow up, Stott and Bohm? And can the young kids be the new daycare when those guys will come?
Well, I'll tell you
right?
what, that might be the most important thing here. Like the Painter Crawford debut, they need to just kind of like be complementary pieces. Sanchez and Schwarber, yes, they need to play key roles. Turner, Harper, JT Nola, they all need to be who they are. But Bohm and Stott, for this team to win a World Series, probably need to grow up and take that next step that we've all been waiting for.
Yeah, and Stott particularly. I mean, that guy was compared to Chase Utley coming up. I mean, the comps were ridiculous. He was a top prospect. They had high hopes for him. He has not really lived up to the hype. He's been a platoon player for the most part. I mean, he had the Grand Slam, the game you were at in the postseason against the Marlins, and that's really it. He's been mostly a platoon player for his career. He has not turned into an everyday player. Could he make that leap this year? Can he be better against left-handed pitching? That's a key question.
I don't think he's not going to play against left-handed pitching, so you're not going to get that answer. And it doesn't really matter. I don't need him to play every single day as long as Sosa, if the platoon works, I don't have a problem with it. And Sosa, he does provide a spark when he plays, so getting him the playing time, I have no problem with. It's just Stott, when he plays, he has to be able to be an impactful player against right-handed pitching, which he hasn't been which got him platooned.
Yeah,
the problem is,
it
got him platooned, but he wasn't even impactful facing just righties.
Yep.
So he has to be a guy that if he's only going to play against right-handers, he's going to have to hit like 280, 15 homers. Like he's going to have to be an impactful player against right-handed pitching.
No, I hear you, but I think he's been a relative disappointment because I think they thought they were getting an everyday player out of him.
No question.
And he has not been that.
No question. Listen, when they got him and then he had off to a good first year, people were comparing him to Chase Utley, and then people said he could win a batting title, and things just got out of hand, and he's never been able to hit that. Now you have to be at the point, can you hit 270? Can you hit 280? Can you hit 12 to 15 homers? Very good defensive player.
Yes, very good in the field. No problems there. It's been the bat that has been the question. And I think if you go with the veterans, right, the Bryces, the Turners, the JTs, all those guys, you know what they have to do? They have to hit in the postseason. That's what they have to do. I relatively expect them to have pretty good years for the most part, but the postseason is where I get concerned with those guys. They have to show up like Bryce did in the WBC in the biggest moment. Those guys need to show up when it matters most. Great. They can have another great regular season, and Turner can go win a batting title. Can they show up in the postseason? I don't know. They're another year older. Time is ticking, all right, for their primes. It's ticking at this point. So they have to show up when it matters.
Well, I don't know if you saw the other thing I tweeted out there, which has right now the activity on this thing has crept over 50,000 impressions at this point.
Wow.
So, 36,000 impressions.
This guy, Mr. Popular out here.
The Phillies won 96 games last year with Jordan Romano as their primary closer for about 4 months. They also lost Jose Alvarado on May 18th. They now have a full season of Duran and Keller, plus Alvarado is back. My question was, how many extra wins do you get with Duran now over Romano? I mean, the response on this is outrageous. I mean, I can't believe the answers that I'm getting on this thing. So what is your answer?
Well, I'm glad you bring that up because our buddy Phillies Tailgate, who does an unbelievable job, put a side-by-side of the bullpens from 26, 25, and 24. 2026, Joan Duran, Brad Keller, Jose Alvarado, Tanner Banks, Jonathan Bolin, Kyle Backus, Zach Pop, and Tim Meza. All right? 25. This was your bullpen going into the season last year. Romano, Kerkering, Alvarado, Strom, Jose Ruiz, Joe Ross, Tanner Banks, and Carlos Hernandez.
Embarrassing. That's an embarrassing. That bullpen last year, so we figured it out. Last year, the team blew 27 saves, which I think was fifth worst in baseball. Yep. 3 of those were from Duran. That means 24 other save opportunities that you would think Duran now gets that somebody else got last year.
Yep.
How many of those are converted?
A good amount. I think a good portion, to say the least. And then you also have the bridge to Duran, not the bridge to Lidge, the bridge to Duran.
Yes.
All right?
Yeah, because now you have Brad Keller, who had a really good year last year, but I am a little, I don't want to say skeptical. Yes, he had a good year. Yes, he's an upgrade, you think. But these bullpen guys are so volatile.
Oh, yeah.
But is he better than Kerkering? Probably. Is he better than Jeff Hoffman in 2024? Hoffman was really good in 2024. The problem was he wasn't very good in the playoffs in 2024.
Yep, it remains to be seen. I think this is a much better bullpen.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
They'll still win 90-plus games.
Okay, yeah, so here's what I asked that question, and the people are going nuts, and you're saying, well, the offense stinks. And I said, well, the offense the offense to me is going to be very similar. Is it going to be worse than last year? I don't know if it's going to be worse. Is it going to be better than last year? I don't know if it's going to be better. I think the offense will be similar than last year. I think the starting pitching will be similar to last year. But I think the bullpen is a significant upgrade. So, yes, I'm not telling you the offense is great or that it's going to be different in the playoffs. I just asked if they're going to win more than 96 games. That's all.
I don't know. I think they win around 92, 93. I think they go backwards a little bit. I think, but I think they still win the division. I think they're still going to win the division, though. I think they're still a good team. Like, we forget, yes, the disappointment has been frantic over the past couple of years in the playoffs, but they're still a really good baseball team. Remember, the Dodgers were happy to get by them. They were happy to just get through the Phillies and get to the NLCS. They end up winning a championship. They were happy. This is still a good baseball team. Well, they show up, and they're a little older. That's all.
Hey, listen, I think everybody knows that the team is good, but it doesn't matter. They could win 126 games, and I still don't think anybody's going to be believing in them.
And what reason have they been given to?
Yeah. No, they have reached the Sixers status where, hey, I care if you get out of the second round. Until you do that, you can win 82 games, and I don't care.
Yeah, I listen. I will still enjoy the enjoy the season for the most part, but overall, I think they got to prove it in the playoffs. That's all.
Yep.
All right, here we go. All right, second nugget. All right, we got to talk about the Sixers from last night. And yeah, McCain had a good night. He hit some threes. Maxey had the face that got caught on camera. Everyone's like, yeah, well, we kind of knew what was expected. It was the Thunder. But I'll tell you what, VJ Edgecombe had an unbelievable night.
He did.
An unbelievable night. And he kept that game semi-close in the second half, for sure. He had 35 points, 14 of 28, high volume. I understand that. But he made a career high of 7 of 15 threes. He said, yeah, Jared McCain, guess what? I'm a first-round pick, and they cannot trade me. And I want to declare here on the Nuggets, I sent you my graphic, my beautiful AI graphic that I posted on social media last night. I sent it to Josh. I sent it to you, and I put it out to the world. I would never, ever, ever trade VJ Edgecombe, even for prime Dwayne Wade. That's how good I think this kid's going to be, Mike. I mean, that is the number 1 rated defense in all of basketball last night, and he was torching them. He had a high volume, but guess what? That kid, he has to continue to take a lot of shots because when everybody comes back, I know Paul George comes back. I know that everyone's coming back. But that kid, if you decrease his offensive prowess throughout the postseason, I don't think it bodes well for the Sixers because that guy, is going to be an important piece if they want to even have a shot to win a series in the postseason.
Well, listen, I do, I don't, by the way, I don't think anybody's calling to trade.
Well, the
VJ
Giannis thing,
Edgecombe.
we forget the Giannis. The Bucks wanted VJ Edgecombe for Giannis Antetokounmpo if they were going to move off.
Yeah, I wasn't
Do not
for
do
that
it, Darryl. Do not do it.
I wasn't for, well, that's not going to happen at this point. Giannis, he can't stay healthy. He's in the Embiid. He has hit the Embiid thing where you just can't trust him to stay healthy at this point. Now, that being said, Edgecombe, tremendous competitor, tremendous. I just, he had a bunch of threes last night. I'm wondering, he entered the league as a guy who was not a great three-point shooter.
Oh.
Is he going to continue to get better in that role? Is he a guy that's going to be a 20-plus point-a-game scorer? What ultimately is he in the ceiling? Now, what he is clutch. He has been a guy who's hit big shots, who's not afraid to take big shots. So, yeah, I mean, all of that. Listen, I said, VJ Edgecombe, getting him was worth going through the miserable season you had last year.
Yes. 1,010,000,000%.
But I don't know that anybody's saying, trade him for this guy or that game. I think universal. Right?
No, I think here's the thing with Edgecombe, right? He is an incredible talent. And I just think, listen, they traded Jared McCain after not even a full season with the 76ers. I understand he got hurt, etc. And I understand that VJ was a third overall pick. But, man, how many times do we hear some of these stars getting on the block over the course of every single year, right? Like a Giannis, the KDs a few years ago.
Different, though. And listen, I think it was a horrible trade. It's bewildering to me. Nurse said it last night, too. He was like, I do think the knee and then the thumb really held him back. He was carrying that knee brace around. And then the thumb was his shot was not where he wanted to be. He's like, but I thought he was getting there. Well, then why would you have moved him if you saw because here's the thing. If you saw what he did the year before, you saw a guy who was a crafty scorer.
Sure.
He could shoot. He could shoot off the dribble. He could shoot off the screen. He can get into the paint, back his way out. He found ways. Is he the most athletic guy? No. Is he the tallest guy? No. But he found crafty ways to score.
Yes.
And the biggest thing that he did that this team lacks is he can shoot. This team does not shoot the three very well, and he's very good at it. So the odd part was to say, hey, we have a guy who's our best shooter. Even this year, by the way, when he wasn't even shooting that well, he was at 38%, which was second best on the whole team. That being said, I broke this down before. This is how I see this happening. Ownership says you need to get under the tax.
Yep.
Joel Embiid said, we always try to make a trade to get under the tax, not improve the team. So Morey goes to Nurse and says, listen, if you want me to improve the team, the only thing I can do is trade McCain, try to get picks, and then use those picks to get a player because I got nothing else I can trade here. And Nurse says, well, I'm not using McCain. Go ahead. So they trade him the day before the trade deadline. So that gave him 24 hours to try to say, hey, I got this Houston pick. Can I get something? And everybody said, no, we're not interested in that Houston pick. You got nothing else we want. And they couldn't get any better.
Yeah, and how many conversations do we have heading into the year or just in the beginning of the year? I wonder if they move McCain, and they end up doing it because of the influx of guards, Grimes, the emergence of Edgecombe, Maxey, etc. Could they move off McCain to get some value back? We had those conversations on Nuggets as well, way before this was even a thing. And they didn't they got picks back, but did they get the right value for it? As of right now, it does not look like they did for Jared McKee.
All right. Well, I don't think they got the value that they.
But Edgecombe, they got to treat like Maxey. Hold on to that guy for dear life.
Edgecombe, hold on to him.
No star hunting, Darryl. No star hunting. None. Zero. Zip.
No. And I don't think they will trade VJ. You don't have to worry about that.
Not even for Prime D Wade, Mike. Not even for Prime D Wade. I wouldn't give him up.
All right. Well, I'm with you on that.
All right, there you go. Say it.
All right, there's your Nuggets today. Earnshaw's back again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got plenty more coming up in the next hour here on the Sports Bash, including the Flyers tonight. They got a big game against the Columbus Blue Jackets. We'll break that down with our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso, coming up at 5:30. Stick around. More Sports Bash on the way. All right, right now I need caller 6 and I need caller 7. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. You are entered for a chance to win Phillies Orioles tickets, the game at Camden Yards this summer, July 31st. You must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point this Thursday for our Phillies opening day watch party. Going to be huge. We're going to have a huge crowd out there. We have tickets to give away to the Phillies and the Orioles for Camden Yards on Friday, July 31st. Round trip transportation, a pair of tickets to the game. You'll get lunch on the way down. You must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point, 823 Bay Avenue. Caller 6 and caller 7 right now. Good luck. All right, last hour of the show. We got so much to do. Kevin Durso on the Flyers' big game tonight. Why is it a big Flyers game? Durso joins us at 5:30. It's my favorite time of the year when we get Durso season. And the Flyers may give us something. 5 points out of a wild card spot. They host Columbus tonight. You can listen on 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Got a little 3-0 West Coast trip. See how they do here, all right? Get you all set for that with Durso in 28 minutes. What else we got tonight? Well, Sixers are off till tomorrow. Paul George did talk earlier today. So the Paul George addressed the media following his 25-game suspension. He returns tomorrow against the Bulls. Can that do anything for the season? Take a look at the standings here, all right? Let's go through these games real quick. This is what you got left down the stretch they come. The Sixers are currently in the 7th spot in the Eastern Conference. You got that? 7th spot in the Eastern Conference playoff chase, which means they would play Orlando right now. The winner of that game would become the 7th seed. They got to get out of that game. You got to get out of that spot and somehow try to get to 6. You're 1 game behind the 6th spot, and you're a game and a half behind the 5 spot. Does getting Paul George back give you an opportunity to get out of the play? And of course it does. Now, let's break this down. You ready? The Sixers' schedule, the last 10 games, are as follows. Josh, you give me a record, all right? Here we go. Philadelphia. Down the stretch they come. Man, I wrote all over this paper. I don't have a blank spot left on it anymore. Here we go. I got one. All right, Sixers. Down the stretch they come. Last 10 games on the schedule. Starting tomorrow night, they play the Bulls. What do you got?
I would go with that to win.
All right, so you got to win over the Bulls. Bulls are tanking. Bulls are actually technically, mathematically alive, but I don't think they care to win too much.
My eyeballs tell me they're not trying to win.
Charlotte,
That's
on
a
the
loss.
road. You got a loss. Last time they went to Charlotte, they lost by like 50. That was on MLK Day.
It might not be 50, but I think they'll lose.
At Miami.
I would say because it's a road game, it's probably a loss.
Okay. At Washington.
That's a win.
All right, Washington has lost 16 straight, by the way. I had a guy tell me that there's no tanking in basketball, but I digress. The Wizards, if there's not tanking, man, Washington's lost 16 in a row. By the way, the tanking teams have now lost collectively 39 straight. They had a streak of, 44 was it? That was snapped?
Yes. Well, actually, they got up to 47, and then it broke because they played each other.
Right. All right. By the way, Indiana, one of the tanking teams, helped the Sixers out last night because they won. They beat Orlando.
Somehow.
All right, so that's that. Then Minnesota.
I don't know if Anthony Edwards will be back by then, so that might be a win.
They did beat the Timberwolves on the road earlier this year, did they not?
They did.
The game's in Philly.
The game's in Philly. No Ant Edwards likely, so I would go a win.
All right, so you got them 3-2 in the next 5. Then they play Detroit at home.
I think Cade Cunningham's not back for that game.
So that means,
A win.
by the way, they've been playing very well without them.
They have, but I would also say that Detroit, I don't know if Detroit's as good of a road team as our home team.
I'll give you the answer to that question. They are 24-11 away. They're 27-8 at home. They're pretty much identical.
All right.
Yeah, that was a shot in the dark. You lost.
Well, I mean,
I don't see them winning that game, but I'll give you the chance to give them the win there. You're giving them a win.
Traditionally, teams of that type of framework are not as good on the road.
At San Antonio.
That's a loss.
At Houston.
That's a loss.
At Indiana.
That's a win.
Versus Milwaukee.
That's at home, so I'm going to go with a win.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 5-5 is what you have the Sixers. All right? Atlanta. It's Atlanta's final group of games here. The Hawks.
I have not seen this schedule.
All right? Here we go. The final group of games for the Hawks. At Detroit.
Loss.
At Boston.
Loss.
Home against Sacramento.
Win.
Home against Boston.
Loss.
At Orlando.
Loss.
At Brooklyn.
That's an easy win.
Home against the Knicks.
I will say it's probably a win.
At Cleveland.
Loss.
Home against Cleveland.
Probably also a loss.
At Miami.
Probably a loss.
Wow. So you have them going 3 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3 and 7. Okay? And I don't agree with you on some of those, but I'll give you 3 and 7. All right.
Which one do you think they're going to win that I'm thinking they're going to lose?
You had loss, Sacramento, that one. You had them beating the Knicks. I don't know if they've beaten the Knicks. Maybe just one. So you have them at 3 and 7. All right. The next team in the standings is Toronto. All right. So Toronto right now is a game and a half ahead of you.
Right.
There they are. Toronto is, how many games do they have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They have one extra game. All right, here are the Raptors. At the Clippers.
Loss.
Home against New Orleans.
Win.
Home against Orlando.
Win.
At Detroit.
Loss.
Sacramento.
Win.
At Memphis.
Win.
At Boston.
Loss.
Back-to-back home games against Miami.
Split.
At New York.
Loss.
Home against Brooklyn.
Win.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you have them going 6 and 5, which would keep them ahead of Philadelphia. But that means Philadelphia goes ahead of the Hawks.
Right.
Now the Sixers are a game and a half ahead of Orlando. And they are they're a half a game ahead of Orlando. They're 1 game ahead of Miami.
Right.
And a game and a half ahead of Charlotte.
You want to go through Orlando's schedule here?
So you've got Orlando down the stretch. They come, and here's their schedule. By the way, speaking of the Raptors, Markelle Fultz just signed a 10-day.
He did.
He is back. At Cleveland.
Loss.
Home against Sacramento.
Win.
Sacramento's rearing their head into this thing. At Toronto.
Loss.
Home against Phoenix.
Win, I guess.
Home against Atlanta.
Win.
It's funny. I want to see if you gave Atlanta the win against Orlando. At Dallas.
Loss.
At New Orleans.
Win.
Home against Detroit.
Loss.
Home against Minnesota.
Is it Edwards playing? Is he back by then? If he is, it's a loss.
That's
If it's
April
not,
8th.
it's a
That's
win.
like 2 weeks from now. All right. At Chicago.
That's a win.
At Boston.
That's definitely a loss.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You have 6 wins for them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 6 and 5 for Orlando, which I guess would almost make them tied, right?
They would be tied with the Sixers.
Yeah.
What's the tiebreaker for those teams? Let me see.
So the tiebreaker would be their head-to-heads, right? And I don't know who has the head-to-head wins.
That's what I'm looking up, yeah.
So there you go. So Paul George today addressed the media. He will be back with 10 games left. I have not seen any update on Embiid today, have you?
I have not seen any update.
Right. My anticipation is Embiid does not play tomorrow.
Is it fair to say the working assumption is Embiid will return on Saturday?
I can't even give you that. Right? I can't give you anything that would make you say, okay, I'm going to look forward to this, because I just don't see it happening. Now, do I think he could be back Saturday? It would seem like. Now, how long is a general oblique issue?
Not this long. Because when I talked to the doctor a couple of weeks ago about it on my show, Dr. Josh Lamb said it was only supposed to be a couple weeks. He's beyond a couple weeks at this point.
Yeah, it was
in February.
February 24th. It's a month, so it's been a month. Yeah.
It's 4 weeks.
I mean, if George comes back and plays tomorrow, they at least get another capable player back. Oubre and Maxey, those two guys are not going to play this week, I would imagine.
By the way, Sixers own the tiebreaker over the Magic. They won 2 out of 3 games.
All right, well, that's
keep
good.
that in mind.
By the way, Orlando's lost 5 in a row, and so is Miami. Just to throw that into the mix. Those two teams are just in a free fall right now. Crazy. It's unbelievable. Like, by the way, the teams that are not in the playoffs currently, Sacramento, Utah, Dallas, Memphis, and New Orleans, they are all out. By the way, New Orleans is still alive mathematically. They are. Now, I saw the Warriors play in person. Now, mind you, Steph Curry is not playing, and neither is Jimmy Butler. That team is horrendous, and they are currently a playoff team. The Western Conference has a team under 500, 2 of them.
I think the Warriors have seen another injury.
The Warriors are 4 games under 500. They're 2-8 in their last 10. Think about this. They are 2-8 in their last 10, and they are 9 games up on the Pelicans for the final spot in the East. And the Pelicans have won 6 out of their last 10. Memphis is actually 1-9 in their last 10. Dallas is 2-8. Utah's atrocious. Washington has lost 16 straight. Brooklyn has lost 8 in a row. And under my plan, no playoff team, none of the 10 teams would ever face one of the non-playoff teams after the 70-game mark. This needs to happen, right? We keep hearing all these guys, and what did Paul George, he's talking about today? Well, my body wasn't ready to play. These 25 games off kind of helped me. These guys are all just like, I don't really feel like playing all these games anyway. I mean, Steve Kerr came out and said we need to shorten the season. He said 72 games. But I said, you play 70, and that locks in your 10 teams. After that, the only games that you play the rest of the way are against teams that are now have qualified for the playoffs. You can't have these tanking teams playing against teams that are in the playoffs. It's just not fair to the fans. That you're looking at the schedule and you're saying, well, I got 4 teams left that aren't even trying to win, so that gives me that's just not fair.
It's not just not fair, but it turns into an absolute dumpster fire like a game last night. Like, the Sixers aren't tanking, but the Sixers are obviously an injured team. So now, if you have an injured team that gets beat up by OKC like it did last night, then the tanky team's going to be worse.
Well, like, the interesting part was last night, Indiana goes out. Now, they had lost 9 straight, Indiana. Now, mind you, Indiana went to the finals last year. Halliburton gets hurt. Here's the thing. You tell me there's no tanking. In
I didn't tell you.
If you were someone who didn't believe that tanking existed, now obviously it does. I mean,
right. I don't believe in gravity either. Apparently.
The commissioner has basically, he's trying to come up with a way to fix it. Everybody is talking about it, but Indiana went to the finals last year. Now I get it; they lost Halliburton. Halliburton's very good. They won 16 games this year. I mean, how many games did they win last year? You're telling me Tyrese Halliburton, a very, very good player. I'm not saying but you're telling me Tyrese Halliburton
is worth 30 wins?
Yeah, and a finals appearance. Like, they went to the finals last year. They were literally they literally were like, by the way, they lost Turner too.
By the way, I said 30 wins for those who are wondering, because Indiana right now is 16
Well,
wins.
they won 50 games last year.
Right. But what I'm saying is that Indiana
It's
right now...
actually more than 30 wins.
So, well, I was just going off the regular season.
No, I'm saying they won 50 last year.
Right, so they had 30 right now. They had 46, which means they could win 4 more games by the end of the year.
But they won last night for the first time in 10 games.
Right.
But they went into this season and said, look, we're losing Halliburton. We know let's just mail it in this year.
Exactly.
And they did a good job mailing. Then they made the trade to get Zubac and then sat him. which, a lot of teams are not interested in winning all that much. That said, under my plan, if I was in charge, after 70 games, the top 10 teams in each conference would only face each other, and then the bottom 5 teams, they would play each other. So they're forced to win games. There is no tanking.
Correct.
Because you have the 2 tanking teams have to play each other.
You have to compete for the rights.
Right. Your last 12 games of the year, you would face a team that's not in the playoffs.
And for example, maybe that situation, some of these teams don't just start randomly making weird trades and cutting random guys.
Exactly.
Now you have the Brooklyn Nets not cutting Cam Thomas and them going to Milwaukee and him getting cut again.
Well, and also I think what are some of the radical things that they're talking about doing to the lottery thing?
Well, for example, the one idea I keep seeing people talk about is this idea that you can't be in the lottery more than a couple years in a row.
I thought it was you can't be in the top 4 2 straight years.
Yeah. So you can't be in the top 4.
Mm-hmm.
But also over a 4-year period, you can't have the number 1 pick more than once.
And I thought, were they going to flatten all the odds so that all the odds were the same?
That's another proposal. They want to flatten the odds for everything. So even a team that goes to the NBA Finals could have the same odds.
I don't like that one. I don't like where a playoff team that went to the finals has the same percentages.
I think that I don't mind if you told me that every non-playoff team had the same odds.
Every non-playoff team. Yeah, I mean, and that's what I've said before, the
Would
team,
you include the teams that lose the play-in?
Yes.
Like, let's say the Miami Heat don't make the playoffs in the top 8. They would have the same odds as the Pacers, let's say, under this scenario.
The Pacers and the teams that are in the play-in, I don't – maybe, not the same exact, but maybe, a slight change. How many teams are in the – see, the play-in teams are technically in the lottery.
Correct.
So how many teams is that, 15?
I thought it was 14, but let me double-check the exact number.
Yeah, all right. So whatever it is, 13 or 14 or 15, the teams that don't make the play-in, those 10 teams – I think there's 10 of them, and then there's 4 and 4.
So there are 14 teams that are a part of the lottery.
Right, because there's 4 teams in the play-in. 2 go to the playoffs, 2 don't on both sides, so 4 and 4. And then there's 10 teams that don't, so 14. Okay. The 10 teams that don't make it, give them the same flat odds, and then the 4 teams that make the play-in, their odds would be the same, but slightly less.
I need a calculator to do this math.
So,
well, for example, if you took all 14 teams, every team would have a 7.2% chance.
yeah.
If you did all 14. Now, you mentioned about doing 10, then 4 separately.
The 10 teams that didn't make the playoffs get the same odds, and then the 4 teams that made the play-in get the same odds, but less than the 10 teams that that didn't make the playoffs.
So, what if you gave the 10 teams 8% each, and then the teams that made the play-in would get 5%?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, whatever it is. I mean, right now they do it with the top 4 teams. They all get 14% or 12% or something like that.
12.5%.
Yeah, so they all get the same odds. At this point now, that obviously didn't stop teams from tanking.
Nope.
So they are now saying that.
And some of the teams that tanked didn't get the first pick anyway, because remember the Mavs got it last year.
Right. Well, and this is why a lot of people a couple of weeks ago were saying that the Sixers should basically tank the rest of this season, fall to the number 10 seed, lose that game, and now you're in the lottery with the same odds that the Mavericks had last year, and the Mavericks ended up with the first overall pick. Now, those odds are what, 4%?
Correct.
What percentage did the Mavericks have last year that got them the number 1 overall seed? Yeah, see, they've got to just say,
the league has got to stop giving people ammunition to call shenanigans and just say, you know what? Let's do this. Adam Silver loves the European model, right?
But Adam Silver came out and gave, there was a whole thing about what things they're talking about doing to combat it.
He came up with he said these are some of the ideas again, one of them was flattening the odds. One of them was not allowing teams to have, multiple lottery picks in multiple years over a 4-year period, 7-year period. And then everybody ripped it apart.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know about that yet. So limiting the pick protections to either the top 4 or 14 and higher, which would eliminate the problematic mid-lottery protections. No longer allowing a team to draft the top 4 2 years in a row. Locking lottery positions after March 1st. That sounds similar to what I have said.
Right. That's kind of the idea that you brought up.
Right. That you lock your positions after March 1st, which means after March 1st, you're not inclined to keep losing games.
Right.
Because it won't matter anymore.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. That's where I said after 70 games.
But see, my problem with the March 1st thing is teams could still tank until then. Like, it doesn't fix the tanking problem. It just means that after March 1st, you're less incentivized to lose.
Yes, you're tanking the first half of the season instead of the last month.
Right.
Exactly.
Like, you could have a team that, like, only won the 16 games from October to February, then go on, like, how did this team win 10 straight games? Well, everybody came back from injury all of a sudden.
By the way, did you see Ranger today?
Suarez?
Yes.
What about him?
He did not have a good day.
Ooh.
And he has not had a great spring for the Sox. A lot of Sox people have been very concerned about Ranger, but Ranger's lying today. 4 innings, 9 hits, 8 runs, 2 bombs. His ERA this spring is 11.
Yikes. Are you interested in the tomorrow night?
What's that?
The first MLB game on Netflix.
Oh, yeah. It's the Yankees and who?
It's Yankees. I don't remember who the other team was, but I just know that I've been seeing a lot of commercials for.
Yeah, so it's a Netflix game tomorrow.
Yes.
And then what else? I know Peacock has a game on something like that.
Peacock has a game coming up as well, but they're part of the Sunday Night Baseball thing as well.
I know that, but so
I think Peacock.
It's weird because there's spring training games going on today.
Yeah, but opening day is tomorrow night.
Yeah, they play the Giants.
Game. The Giants, okay.
Yeah, there's a Peacock game tomorrow. It's the Mets and it's Skeens. They have that game. It's the Pirates and the Mets tomorrow on
Peacock.
NBC. Is it on TV NBC or Peacock or both? That's what's always confusing. And then tomorrow night, Arizona and the Dodgers. It says NBC Peacock. And then Friday, you've got the start of everybody's back. So some teams open up on Wednesday, some on Thursday.
The Pirates game will be on NBC.
Okay.
And so
Friday, Apple TV has 2 games. It's the Angels and Houston, Cleveland, Seattle are the 2 Apple TV games. And then the first Sunday night game is on Peacock. It's not on NBC. It's Peacock only.
Ooh, that's a problem.
Well, because you got basketball. The Sunday night basketball is going. That's the whole thing. Is they got Sunday night football, and then when Sunday night football ends, it goes to Sunday night basketball, and then when Sunday night basketball ends, it's going to go to Sunday night baseball. So the baseball games will be on Peacock until basketball ends. NBC took on a bunch.
Yeah, they took on maybe more than they could chew.
Yeah. All right, Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. Dershow's going to talk a little Flyers. They got the Blue Jackets tonight. Big game. What does it mean? He'll tell us coming up next here on the Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video on the X platform and on YouTube at 973 ESPN. All right, 5:31 Sports Bash. By the way, Joel Embiid has been upgraded to questionable for tomorrow. So there you go. So maybe he does play tomorrow. I'm not going to get any optimism on that, but he has been upgraded to questionable for the game tomorrow. By the way, we got one more chance for you to qualify with that sounder coming up. But right now, if you want to enter to win Phillies Orioles tickets at Camden Yards in Baltimore, text the word Phillies with your name and where you're from. Text the word Phillies with your name and where you're from to 609-403-0973. First 5 people to text Phillies, your name and where you're from, you are entered for a chance to win Phillies Orioles tickets for Camden Yards. Remember, you must be present to win at our Phillies Opening Day watch party. They're about to open the season. The Flyers are closing in on ending the season. Look at Kevin Durso. He's got the suit on. He's all ready to go. He looks like he's live from the Xfinity Mobile Arena, and he's got an update on the Flyers. What's going on, Durso?
Hey, Mike. How's it going?
It's going good, man. Obviously, big one tonight. Probably the biggest game in quite some time. I mean, it's a playoff atmosphere. 5 points out. 2 weeks ago when we spoke, did you think that they would be playing a game on March 24th that had playoff implications?
Not after, not last Saturday, but the Saturday before on the 14th when these two teams met prior. I thought that not winning that game in regulation was probably the end of this. And then you go on a West Coast trip, you win 3 games, you get 6 points, and it's not a huge chunk taken out of that margin, but you are still alive. There is a path there at the very least. So it creates a meaningful game like this one for sure.
All right, so let's talk about a path. How realistic, Kevin, is the path? Got to break that down for the listeners of how realistic is this path?
I mean, realistic is going to be a very general term here. It's probably still not very realistic, all things considered, because so much has to happen both in your favor and outside of your favor, for that matter, outside of your control. So they have to surpass 3 more teams to still get in if they were to get in via the wild card, 2 if they were to get in to 3rd spot in the Metro, they're 5th in the Metropolitan Division. And that, you have ways to get there. A game like this where you play Columbus, that's a head-to-head. They do have 1 game left against the Islanders. They have 1 game left against Boston. They have 3 against Detroit. Those are all the teams you're hunting down. And as you go through the process, if you were to win every single one of those games, then there's your path pretty much. But it creates a lot of must-win scenarios. So that's the path, is that you play a lot of games head-to-head against teams you're chasing. But it's very, very unlikely that unless you pretty much win out from here in those specific games. And then you got a few scattered in where you have a little bit of flexibility. They play Chicago on Thursday. That's not a game that you necessarily have to have in regulation. You need to have the 2 points, but you don't need to go so far as to take 2 points from the opposition. They play Dallas on Sunday. That's a game where, all things considered, if you took 1 point from Dallas, you'd be satisfied, especially if you handled the business that leads into that game. But that's a lot that needs to happen before we get that far. You really can only look at tonight and start there.
13 games left. You mentioned they lost to Columbus on March 14th, 2-1 in a shootout. Then they went out west. They won 3 straight. What were they able to do out west to get those 6 points?
Well, for one, I think that not having any implications that go against you playing those teams, those West Coast teams, it doesn't matter how you get the 2 points. You just need to go get the 2 points. So I think they were able to play a little freer as a result of that. There's tension involved when you have to play and it's in front of you in a certain way. Got to get it in regulation. Got to get it, maybe not in a shootout, in overtime as opposed to anything. When you have to play a certain way, I think it can tighten things up. They were able to play those 3 teams. And to their credit, those 3 teams all have something to play for. They're either in playoff position or just outside of it and need the points just as much. So you're taking points away from a team like San Jose and, 1 extra point that Los Angeles needs. Anaheim got 1 point out of that overtime loss, but they're trying to hold down the division lead right now. That's how bad the Pacific has been. But those points matter to those teams, and you came in and took them. So credit to them for doing that. But now you kind of go into a part of the schedule where you don't have any room for error. There's no margin for error. You've got to really take care of business and try to do it in regulation, take the points away from the opposition. That's really where it's going to determine whether or not you make it or not.
Obviously, as you mentioned, the Flyers take on Columbus tonight. You can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN and, of course, the free mobile app. And that's a big one because the game is not being shown locally on television. It is on ESPN Plus and Hulu, so you cannot watch it on NBC Philadelphia. What is the goalie situation for Philadelphia tonight?
As you would expect, Dan Vladar is getting the start tonight, and why not? He's been your number one all season long. His last start in particular, maybe not necessarily even the most impressive in a way. Like, I don't recall there being too many highlight reel saves against San Jose, but he ends up finishing the day with 24 saves on 25 shots, and the numbers just keep getting better every time he goes out there. The goals against average drops a little bit just about every start. The save percentage goes up just a little bit. His goals against average among teams among goalies that qualify for league leaders, he's top 5. So it's been a long time since the Flyers have been able to attest to that kind of statistic, but he's obviously going to get a bulk of the starts as long as you're mathematically alive in this thing, as you would expect, because he's been outstanding all year.
And that was going to be my follow-up, is you have 3 back-to-backs in 13 games. So you would imagine he gets 10 games and Ersson 3?
I don't know if it's going to be that much. I could see Ersson getting Chicago on Thursday because it's one of those teams toward the bottom. I could see Ersson maybe getting New Jersey down the stretch or Winnipeg down the stretch to kind of break that up a little bit. But yeah, they're going to lean heavily on Vladar. I would say safely out of the final 13, he's getting 8 or 9 easily.
All right. And then Couturier, you had some game time decisions tonight. Do we have updates on what's happening with the game time decision guys?
Not specifically. That's a warm-ups decision. Usually I'll find that out at warm-ups when the teams come out. By all accounts from morning skate, Denver Barkey looks like he's going to return. He skated kind of normally with the lines. It was a little bit more of a rotation for Couturier and Glendening. Those are the 2 others that were considered game time. So for those 2, I think we'll see closer to game time, but I'm assuming Barkey's going to play tonight.
All right, what's the atmosphere like tonight? You get the 3 games out west. You're kind of out of sight, out of mind, but you get the 6 points. What's the building been like here, and what do you expect tonight?
Yeah, I would expect that, I hope so anyway, that there's a good turnout and that the fans are energetic about this and into it, because they are still in position to do, potentially do something, even as unlikely as it is. The people who do show up on a fairly regular basis, your season ticket holders, your loyal fans that typically show up on a regular basis, they have been here all year to see this. So I wouldn't expect anything different. I wonder if there's a little bit of skepticism just based on the last home game was the last time these 2 teams met. That was, at the time, equally as big a game, and it didn't come through in that one. So there might be some skepticism involved there. It's happened in the past that way. They come up on one of these games that we were all looking at, they need this game badly. They need it in regulation. They really need the win. And they kind of sometimes come out and fall flat on their face. So you want a good start from this team, I think, and that would build the atmosphere further if they came out really firing away and firing on all cylinders. If they came out and started well, it would kind of set the tone for the night.
All right, Philadelphia obviously taking on Columbus. You can listen to the game tonight on 97.3 ESPN. One big thing will be who scores the first goal. Columbus virtually unbeatable when that happens, and so that's something you'll be certainly having to keep an eye on tonight. Philadelphia also pretty good when they score first, 15, 4, and 4. I guess the question off this is if Columbus comes out and scores first, and that ends up happening here, and Columbus, say, wins the game similar to what they did the last time, 2-1, something like that, what would a loss tonight overall do for the window to try to slip into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, it maybe with an overtime loss or a shootout loss like they did the last time, you still can cling to a slight amount of hope. If it's a regulation loss, it's pretty close to a dagger at that point. There are still ways that it can be worked out, and in other ways, you're going to be scoreboard watching throughout the game tonight as well to see whether or not a loss really deflates a bunch of your chances. The last time the Flyers were in this situation when they played Columbus 10 days ago, it felt like when they not only did they lose that game in a shootout, but everybody else around them kept winning. So that's also part of the equation. If there's other teams that lose along with them, then you can kind of stretch it another couple of days. We go into the game against Chicago on Thursday, see where everything stands there. And it seems like everybody's going to be kind of playing on the same nights. There's not very much going on those like off nights like last night or tomorrow night. It's going to be that Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday kind of thing that everybody's really playing. So you can keep pushing it maybe 2 days down the road, but a regulation loss is way more detrimental. I think I saw the playoff percentage, it's right around 12, 13% right now is their odds. it would only drop about 1 to 2% if they lost the game in overtime or a shootout. So it's not that huge of a change, but it would drop way further. I think it would drop 5 to 6% if they lost in regulation, and you'd be down to the single digits again and really looking at a long shot. If they were to win the game in any fashion, honestly, I think I saw it goes up as high as 18% in regulation, 17 in a overtime or a shootout. So it's clearly you get a bit of a boost if you win this game, no matter how, preferably in regulation. If you lose it in regulation, it really tanks your chances at that point.
All right, there you go. Update on the Flyers tonight, taking on the Columbus Blue Jackets. Don't forget, you can listen to the game on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. 13 games left to go. They'll play Chicago on Thursday, Saturday at Detroit. Sunday they play Dallas. So there's the update on the Flyers. For more, follow Kevin Durso at Kevin_Durso and get his Flyers preview over at 97.3ESPN.com. All right, man. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
There he is, Durso. Of course, if you're watching on the YouTube channel, he has got the sport coat on, the tie. He is ready to go for the Flyers and the Blue Jackets. And as he said, if Columbus wins the game outright, probably means it's the nail in the coffin. And if they can find a way to win this fun little season that, listen, I think the Flyers are devoid of talent. They have played over their heads, and you got to give them a lot of credit for being in this situation. But they need to try to start winning games like this one here against a Columbus team that they just lost to 2-1 in the shootout. That game was on March 14th, and here we are 10 days later. They will play again at the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Listen to the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, we got a lot to do before we get out of here tonight. And don't forget, we have that sounder going one more time, 609-403-0973. If you want to get in on the White Horse RV text board, we have time for you. We'll read off a couple of text messages between now and the end of the show. We'll update the poll question one more time as well. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at the Branches Outreach. They are just a great organization. They provide food, clothes, personal care items, and support to individuals and families experiencing homelessness in Cape May County. In the past year, they have welcomed over 10,000 guests into their outreach center, and you can help. The Branches Outreach is privately funded through donations from our good listeners, people like you listening to this show, and their support is needed year-round. They accept donations, personal care items during the week from 9 to 1:30 at the Branches Outreach in Rio Grande. So you can follow them on Facebook at Branches Outreach or online at branchesoutreach.org to help out somebody in need in Cape May County. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. We will update the poll. We'll read off some text messages. That's all still to come right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 5:50, get ready to get out of here on this Tuesday night. Don't forget, Thursday we're going to be live at the Anchorage. If you want a place to come watch the Phillies game, come hang with us at the Anchorage, Summers Point, 823 Bay Avenue. We'll be there 2 to 6. Phil's game, first pitch, 4:10. We'll give Phillies tickets away to go see the Phils play in Baltimore against the Orioles at Camden Yards. We got that on the docket today. Paul George spoke today. He'll be back tomorrow. Joel Embiid has been upgraded to questionable for the game tomorrow. So maybe that's a good sign that you're going to get Paul George and Joel Embiid back for tomorrow's game. Flyers tonight, you can listen on 97.3 ESPN. Puck drops at 7. Which storyline are you most excited for this season? 66%. Painter Crawford making their debut was the winner. 16% Sanchez Schwarber. Can they follow up their Cy Young MVP runner-up seasons? 10%. Turner, Harper, JT Nola, like your veteran guys, what will they do this year? 10% there. Bowman Stott, kind of will they grow up and become impactful players? Those two guys, 7.4%. So there you go, 66.7% say Painter Crawford making their debut this year. That's what they're most excited for this year. Was there something I left off that I could have added? Sure, I guess. What's something that anything I not put in there?
I mean, the only thing you could maybe throw in there is, you maybe could have said something about, I don't know, Duran. Will Duran, be...
Well, Duran for a full season.
Yeah.
That would be one. What about Garcia? Is he an upgrade over Casty? How about... that's probably it. The only other guy is Marsh.
Yeah, and Marsh is Marsh. No
Maybe Aiden Miller, will he make his debut this year? But that's not something that, is a full season worth of things.
No.
No, he's not even starting the season at AAA.
Correct.
Got this back problem here. By the way, Zach Wheeler's going to pitch Saturday at Lehigh. So I would imagine Wheeler will be back before we know it.
Get the MLB TV stream.
Yep. All right. What else we got? Anything? I missed anything else today?
Frivolous Phillies news. Griff McGarry has returned back to the Phillies because he didn't make the Nationals roster.
Oh, I saw that. It's funny because I was talking about that with Jeff Kerr this morning, and because the Phillies returned Zach McCantley back to the Marlins.
I just think the Griffin McGarry thing is funny because remember, you talked about a little bit earlier about how we've been hearing about Painter for years. The big three was supposed to be Painter, Griff McGarry, and Mick Abel. Well, they traded Mick Abel. McGarry got picked up on Rule 5, couldn't make the Nats roster. Like, you take him back.
I saw a lot of Nats writers, though, saying, how did this guy not make the team? That, they thought he had some of the better stuff in their bullpen. But I actually saw McGarry pitch in a game live in Altoona once against the lefty from Bishop Eustace. I can't think of the guy's name. He got drafted by the Pirates in the first round or second round 3 years ago.
Oh, yeah. I forget
he was pitching for Altoona, the Curve, against McGarry. I was at that game a couple of years ago. All right, that'll do it. We'll talk to you tomorrow right here on the Sports Bash. But first, two chances right now. Caller 6 and 7, 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Two chances to enter to win tickets. A pair of tickets, round trip transportation to and from the game. Phillies in Baltimore against the Orioles, Friday, July 31st. You must be present to win the tickets. We will be at the Anchorage for our Phillies Opening Day watch party on Thursday. Live show, watch party, Phillies on, Phillies gear. One lucky winner will walk out with a pair of tickets, round trip transportation. You must be present to win at the Anchorage in Summers Point, 823 Bay Avenue. Caller 6 and caller 7. Good luck. We'll talk to you tomorrow.